Hello, Tyrion. Thank you, Tyrion, for the $20. And to think we are almost at going into the final thing already. Yeah, if we don't max it out, I'm going to be surprised because we still got 3 months, and technically this is the first time that, like, I've actually discussed what even is being offered. Yeah, I wonder why there is a weird bump in terms of what our numbers are.
If only somebody could answer that question.
Yeah, if only it's not going to be very prevalent as the max donor. Please don't die.
Actually, that was half and half there. Where is the donations at right now?
We are at 215 out of 300, which I actually might, like, I'd have to think about it, but I am very tempted to add additional things, because I think I have the ability to do that. Mm-hmm. Just so it doesn't look like, oh, we got the thing, but I have no idea what to do after that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can tell you with 100% certainty that you are going to make the 300 goal.
I am, like, yes. I know that we are gonna hit it. But we have 3 months to do it.
This is also true.
This is the first quarter. And we're already almost done with the first month. Also, I forgot to do what I was doing. Okay.
Yeah, fucking January's done already. What the hell?
Yeah. Let's see. Benefit of color?
Let's see, because you usually do these on the third Saturday of the month.
Usually, I don't have like a set one like, oh, I'm gonna do it here. Normally I would have, if I had gone originally on schedule, I would have done this next Saturday. But due to the fact that there is a family get-together that I'm not probably going to go to on Saturday, I wanted to at least make it open, because there is no way I could get ready for that thing and do one of these.
No, yeah. Because I'm guessing then that the next boxes will be either the 12th or the 19th.
It is... I have it listed down, actually, in the poll.
Oh, there's a poll up, isn't there?
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah, it's going to be February 26th is when I have the next one scheduled.
Okay.
I've been trying to do it the last Saturday of the month. Not like there's any particular reason, just because to give equal space.
Yeah.
Hello.
I need to see you play Inca, though. Inca is...
I need to get that to work, because I have a route on how to get that to work, but...
I hope you can get the CD version
That's...
to work.
I'm not doing the... Like, I have to do the CD version. Like,
You have to. You have to.
there's no... Like, if you're not doing the CD version, why bother?
You're missing, like, 90% of why you're playing the game in the first place. The same with Inca 2. Like, I remember I was gonna do a stream of Inca 2 a couple of years ago. And nothing could recognize the CD version. There's just something about the cutscenes. Because I know I had a discussion with the Scum VM developer, and I was like, you know, is there going to be functionality for this? And they're like, well, it's really difficult because of the way the cutscenes are. I think it was either the file itself or just the rendering was just difficult to emulate.
Yeah, oh, shit. Okay, good. Accidentally hit play button and that I did not want to hit. Let's see.
I ate that burrito way too fast.
That's... You want to eat those not fast.
And it's spicy too, because I got the good spicy chorizo with a mild salsa. I'm not gonna like burn my mouth off on this thing, but yeah, a bit too fast.
The Game Center CX... I keep on forgetting those are a thing, and I wouldn't like, I don't have any, like, obviously that's on the table, because I don't think those are too terribly hard to do. But, yeah, it's just I haven't done it yet. I think it's, like, eons ago I was planning on doing those, but something came up that I never ended up doing that.
That sounds like an interesting theme episode, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, that would be its entire long play, because that's a...
Oh, no, I don't mean... Like, so there's an actual Game Center CX game.
There are 3 of them, actually, if I remember correctly.
See, I was thinking more like you just pick, like, a random assortment of episodes and play those games that he plays.
Well, that's kind of just what I do in general.
Normally.
But,
I know, just...
But, yeah, I could do something like that. Yeah, I heard the third one's absolute garbage, though. But I know the first one's really good, because I had that. Also, can someone check if the... you don't have to, like, actually do it. Can someone check to see if the pick box option is accepting? Because I was paused and... Yes. Thank you. I'm going to reject these that are coming in just because you need to actually see it first. God damn it. At least, I don't know why, but the Twitch, before I start, the Twitch redeem thing, like in mod view, so I can see the request thing.
Yeah.
It always closes itself out, and I don't know why. And I think it's actually lack of activity. But yeah.
Could it be clicking out of it closes it?
No, because I'm clicking out of it now. But
well, then that's just silly.
Yeah.
But anyway, your intro.
Yeah, we got stuff to do today. So hello and welcome to another Retro Rank Relief Drive episode. We are doing our normal thing of opening boxes in benefit of a charity. We are now in the first quarter of 2022. And for this first quarter, I'm actually shaking things up a little bit because I tried to theme the, for one of the themes, particularly the second quarter, I did the Trevor Project because that is when Pride Month is in, because it's in June. I actually switched it up because last year I put Color of Change. Actually, 2 years ago, I think. I put Color of Change in the rotation. So we're going to do Color of Change this quarter because, February is Black History Month. And if you're not familiar with what Color of Change is a organization that is focused on, I believe in particular they're focusing on, reform in terms of, policing, or, how the justice system handles, Black Americans, and how they're not doing a good job at all about it, and trying to, get reform for that. So that is very worthwhile, and I've heard incredibly good things about the organization, so I felt like that is a good one to pick. And so this is a little interesting because normally here's where I'd say if you pick the polls, or if you want to donate, obviously we have had donations, so relief.ldp.life, or if you hit !relief in your chat thing, which this should bring you up the thing. I didn't realize there was a period where it didn't mark, but that's fine. Yeah, it'll take you there, and you can, donate. Obviously, this is all entirely optional. I do not have any expectation of anyone donating. It is just purely out of kindness or purely out of, if you feel like donating, then feel like donating. Don't feel like you're pressured at all to do anything regarding the relief drive. It is just there is a vector for you to, if you want to donate, you can go ahead and do that.
Only do it if you can afford it, please.
Yes. So I have milestones that I usually set, so it's like, oh, hey, at these things I'll do a certain thing. I don't know why my voice cracked there. It's very dry. Normally, we are at you're 0 or 10, or a very small amount when we start these things. But this quarter we are not. So let me go through what the milestones are, because there's actually 2 that are still left to redeem. So because we've hit the $75 mark at this point, I have a special episode of Hazeltown Story in mind, or that was going to be the $75, which I've titled We Didn't Start the Fire. This is based on conversations that I've had with some of the players in Hazeltown Story about because the world of Hazeltown Story is partially based in, real world events, what exactly does that mean in terms of certain, because certain things changed in terms of history, what does that mean for the universe in, say, for example, I've actually had we've already been discussing it a little bit. Say, for example, what happens with, because the United States in that universe is, a good chunk of it is not in the hands, the Seed Bearer people are holding it. what exactly does that mean for like the history of the U.S.? Or say things like, how did the Russian Revolution go out, and like what did that have any effects? Or like, what is Japan like? How is Japan like, because World War II didn't happen? What happened with like Japan and China and like Germany and all that? So we're gonna have. I am being grilled by two people in particular about what exactly that's happening. So that is what we are going. You got at $75. I don't know when we're going to do that. We're probably going to do that after we're done with this current arc. The next thing we got at $150 is an episode called Tears for Fears. And yes, it does have 2 planets. That's why it's going to be fun. And that's why I told them to give me some time to think about stuff. So yeah. At $150, I have an episode called Tears for Fears. And this is based off of a thing I've seen a lot of streamers do, which is make tier lists for various things. In particular, like an obvious one that I've had in mind is like fast food, like ranking fast food. But a lot of people just like bring up like tier maker and like make tier lists. However, I felt like that's a little bit, that's not my style. I have a ranking system, so why don't I apply the ranking system to random things? So that is what that episode's going to be. We have already hit it. I am aiming for that episode to go actually, I am actually planning on that episode to be on April 1st because that is a Friday, so I figure that's a good Friday stream. So that is going to happen there. The one that we have not hit yet, we're actually very close to, we're actually $10 away from it, is I'm just going to play Dwarf Fortress. So, yeah, Dwarf Fortress, the infamously very complex game with a ASCII, there's now graphics for it, but before that whole update happened, it was all in ASCII, and it's a very complex game. Very interesting game, too. So that. And, of course, the one that I've decided to shelve the Media Delta for Fritz the Cat, namely because I actually think that the more that I think about it, it's funny, but also I don't think that's going to be as good of a discussion as I thought it would go to be, and the more that I thought about it. So I decided to look into other things, namely the 1982 movie, the thing,
you just did it.
Yeah. The thing that we're talking about is actually a movie that has come up several times as a movie that I've infamously said that is very much not my thing. We're going to do the 1982 movie, The Thing. It's not because I don't think it's a good movie. I have things about gore. So, yeah.
Yeah, you've basically, when we've done the horror stuff, you've kind of said, there's types of horror you're okay with, but the one that really kind of gets under you is body horror, and The Thing is extremely body horror. So. Yeah,
and it's, I put it on there, so it's not I am completely against watching it. It is obviously, it's oh, hey, it's normally not my thing, but, it's a movie I'm fascinated by because from what I've seen of it's John Carpenter, right?
It's John Carpenter.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of John Carpenter movies, and it does good stuff. So I am looking forward to watching it. But it is looking forward to watching it by probably tabbing the window out a few times. There are movies that I would straight up not put on. One that I was thinking of is I would not put up. If you're wondering that, it's if I have any problems with it, don't worry about that, because there are movies that we could definitely do that I will not put on, straight up. The Fly, for example, is not a movie that I will ever...
Version.
Yes, the Cronenberg version.
Okay,
never doing that.
The original version with Vincent Price is also still very fascinating horror film, but no, the Cronenberg film is tough to watch.
Yeah. Plus, the Vincent Price one, that's 50s, right?
I think so. I don't remember the year.
But yeah, it's an older one. So that one, Though, granted, at that point, there's not really a lot of reason to watch that. Anyway, so that is what the milestones are. There, this one, so due to various things, this is a little bit lopsided, which that's fine. But we have a poll out. If you do donations, you can put it towards particular money or particular movies. I'm still doing that last year. Only doing 3 this time because I felt like that's easier. The 3 movies we have are Project A-ko, which is a interesting, I believe it is somewhat influential anime movie. I think it's technically an OVA, but whatever. It's like pretty influential from what I remember. And it's just a neat milestone in terms of like anime production. It has a really weird history behind it too. The second movie we have is Otaku no Video, which this is a one that I find fascinating because it is a movie that's by Gainax. Which, if you're familiar with Gainax, they have done a lot of stuff. In particular, Fooly Cooly, Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt, I think is the full name of it. Neon Genesis Evangelion, for, other things. Naughty Secret of Blue Water. But the studio has an interesting history because it's done by, like, the first thing they ever did was a short for a, I don't know what kind of convention it was, but Daikon 4, very infamous animated little music video set to the Electric Light Orchestra song Twilight. It's actually a very good little thing, but Gainax was founded a lot by people who were otaku themselves. So Otaku no Video is a half anime, half documentary about their industry. So that's kind of an interesting thing. And then the third movie is actually one that we had last time, and that's Rock and Rule, which is a animated movie that was done by the studio that actually did a lot of... They actually did the animations, if you've ever seen the Star Wars Holiday Special. They were the ones that are behind that. But Rock and Rule is kind of interesting because it is a heavy metal style movie, like in style of like heavy metal, where it has a lot of licensed music associated with it. And it's a pretty interesting story. So it's kind of a cult classic. Also, I believe it is also Canadian, like heavy metal. So it's interesting in that sense. Very interesting movie. So there's all the things, there's the whole retro rank relief kind of dealy. But that's not why we're here, for me to discuss that stuff. We're here to discuss this. So, it is a new quarter, so I have updated the boxes. Let me go down what the boxes are, just so that people can understand what exactly each of these boxes are. I have changed a good number of them. For example, the stuff that I believe, like the system stuff, that is now changed, and a lot of stuff that was previously in the boxes have just been switched around. For some things. So there's not a whole lot that's missing from this box, or from last box that is not in this box. So anything that would have came up could have come up, before. Outside the stuff that is. I did show off for these 5 because these 5 are all unique to, this quarter. So, off the bat, New Year's resolution, or New Year resolutions. These are games that are, well, they're all arcade games, that utilize... a lot of them are doing it through the use of multiple monitors to have really weird aspect ratios, in particular very wide or very tall aspect ratios. 20 System 22. These are 3 games that are utilizing Namco's very early 3D System 22 hardware. So they're games they also, coincidentally, this isn't like one that I picked, a lot of them use very interesting control mechanisms that, well, we don't get to show it because I don't have access to the arcade machines, but they just happen to also do that. Toxic Love is a game that, or these are, obviously these 2 are for January. Toxic Love are basically, these are games in which they're about relationships that are not exactly healthy, or have a very interesting view on relationships, to say the least. There might be a game that we've already streamed before, but I want to take a look at again. So there's that. Love All. These are all games that are tennis-based. Some of them might not be exactly tennis, but gee, what is up with my throat? Some of these might not exactly be tennis per se, but they are tennis-based. And then for March, we have like a March Hare. These are all games that have rabbits involved with them. Pretty simple. Early episode blues, it's exactly like last box. Sports, pedal to the metal, these are all kind of the same, same stuff as last time. Early episode blues are games that we have shown in, I believe, episode 50 of Retro Rank Rhapsody and before. Sports, obviously sports games. Pedal to the metal are racing games. Let's Get Traditional are games that are based off of what I would call traditional gameplay styles, like obviously this is where like Clue, it's where Monopoly showed up, those kind of games. Not necessarily board games, but like games that were usually mechanized or like just manual beforehand. Use Your Noodle are games that are puzzle games of various sorts. Getting a Cultured Brain. These are 3 games that are developed by the company Culture Brain. They are the same people who the main game that we have taken a look by them was Magic of Scheherazade. But they have a few other franchises that are interesting to look at. Konami Arcade Oddities are obviously Konami games that were for the arcade that are odd in particular ways. 3 Bubble Bobble 3s are games that are in the Bubble Bobble franchise that all kind of try to be Bubble Bobble 3. There are weirdly a lot of them. So you get 3 of those. Golden Age are arcade games from, I believe, 1984 and prior. What's Old is New. These are games that are new. They're new games for old platforms. In particular, like the NES, Match System. Games that have come out within the last couple years that are for those platforms. Modern Retro are games that are modern games that have tried to take a retro aesthetic, not necessarily explicitly for a particular old system. Magical Mods are ROM hacks, essentially. I haven't ranked that, are games that I could have sworn that I have ranked, but I have not. Sequel Time, these are games that are sequel to a game we've ranked, and Potpourri is Potpourri. So, with that.
Damn you, Coolio.
God, you're really... Okay.
I'm gonna come up to Canada and kick your ass.
I was wondering...
I was waiting for you to finish, because I'm a good person.
All right. Well, we're getting stuff in.
He did finish. He said so.
Yeah. Okay.
You had that shit waiting, didn't you?
Okay. So, with that, Coolio was first, and has done 13B. And congratulations, you picked the one that I... Not that this is a bad one to pick, but it's the one, well... Super Baseball Simulator 1000.
Aha.
Last time, in sports, in fact, what was in 9A, was Baseball Simulator 1000. This is Baseball Simulator 1000 for the SNES.
It's super.
This actually shows off a thing that I actually kind of get annoyed with at Culture Brain, because they were primarily an NES developer, but they did move on to other platforms. When they got to the Super NES, there is a thing about their games for the Super NES that I don't particularly care for.
Mm.
Okay, so let me load this up. Baseball. I believe in Japan this was just called, it was actually called, like, or is it just Super? I think it's just Super still. Okay, never mind. Okay, Super Baseball Simulator 1000. Here we go.
I like this list of games. Baseball Simulator, Super Baseball Simulator, Baseball, Super Ultra Baseball.
Yeah. Okay, are you just taking your sweet time to load? There you go. Okay, now I gotta wait for... There we go. Culture Brain.
Super Ultra Baseball.
So, the thing with Culture Brain translated a lot of their games to the SNES, or made sequels to it, they took the music from the older game and just translated it to the SNES sound chip, and it sounds really bad. And yeah, I think this actually might just be Baseball Simulator 1000, but for the SNES. Let's take a look. Also, I like that you can set the number of innings. That's nice. Let's do 5. Okay, so we got teams that are not, like, associated with anything in particular. I don't even think that these are based off of, like, Japanese teams. Obviously, I should pick the team that has the win in the logo, and I guess let's just play against Texas. Play ball. God, this sounds...
Yeah.
So, I think this is MP. So I'm gonna set no limit. Okay, so we have 6 stadiums. So we have Dome Stadium. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that the first number is the distance to a home run. I don't know what the second number would be. So which stadium should we do? Should we do Dome, Harbor, Town, Grass, CB, and Brown? I'm gonna try CB, because what the hell is CB?
Cleveland Browns.
Oh, actually, this... So this does have an interesting thing. So this has one of the things I've seen in a lot of baseball games where you don't control the players, you control as the manager. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but I guess there's that. We could just have the computer play against the computer, but I'll play. Okay, I will play against... let's see. I'll be Yale.
They offer Harvard? Or just Yale?
Just Yale. Okay. Okay, so I'm batting first. Damn. Yeah, this is certainly a baseball game. What? Whatever.
So, talking about baseball games, I actually have very distinct memories when I was a kid, because this was before we really had, like, consoles, and I had, like, a lot of access to video games. So one of my outlets for playing video games was my father's laptop. That's where I first played Crimson Land. I actually convinced them I think it was during Christmas. It was like $20, and I was like, can I have this as a Christmas present? So I used to play Crimson Land on my dad's laptop. But the one game that he played, and it's probably the only game I remember him playing outside of the old stuff we did together, was one of the MLB baseball games. So, you know, I just would spend hours on my dad's laptop, you know, playing MLB baseball. Major League Baseball, since it's MLB, B stands for baseball, baseball.
Yep.
Yeah. Like pin number, an ATM machine.
Right.
Those were the days, though.
There we go.
Why do I keep thinking that Culture Brain is the company that made Seven Saga?
I don't know. Because there's a company called Electro Brain as well.
I've never really liked sports games. They always feel like they're fixed.
Yeah. When you're playing against the CPU, it always feels a little cheap, but... Yeah.
Especially baseball games.
I'm someone who would appreciate the... I actually appreciate the concept of baseball, but I don't actually like baseball.
Yeah, no, I've been to enough baseball games to tell you it's one of, like, the most boring sports you can sit and watch.
Come on. There we go.
I've been to baseball games, I've been to basketball games, hockey once, and I used to play soccer.
Yeah. Also, that home run animation sucked. Which is like... That's like the key thing about a baseball game. Also, you can tell that he is getting winded.
His baseball stat is pi. I don't know what the baseball stat means, but there it is.
What? What?
Pi.
That was...
Baseball!
Like... I feel like that was... That should have been home run. I appreciate how much of them are just reusing shit that they have... animations that they've done in other games. I actually might think this is worse than the Baseball Simulator 1000. Oh! That's neat. But they actually give you the, hey, this is what... Rocket jump. Oh! Oh, I see. Change. Let's see, do I have any magic as... I don't think I have any magic as a fielder. Just trying... Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. Okay, I need to see what this does. It sucks is what it does.
Baseball!
Yeah, I don't understand what the point of... Okay. Why does the... Like... That's the thing with Super Baseball Simulators, that everyone can do, like, magic spells, essentially.
Yeah, wow, that was very underwhelming home run animation.
Yeah, also... I don't understand what the point of... Why am I blinking? Also, that should be... That feels like that should be in the... That should be a ball.
It covers the corner of the plate.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just barely over the corner of the plate.
Okay, that would at least make sense. It makes the ball invisible. Let's see, what does the leaf do? What? Okay. That works.
Is fucking terrible.
That's great. I don't know what you're talking about.
What that?
Oh my fucking god.
Okay, you can't do that. You can't just have the CPU just sit there. You're giving the game away.
Oh, this is
See, this is the kind of thing that you need to play against someone else. Like, you can't play against CPU. Like, if you're playing against, like, if you, like, yeah. Oh, wait, I did not even see that. Let's see, what do you have? Do you have anything? You do not.
Wow, that leaf was
The leaf,
absolutely
like, I can see why that would be a thing, but also... Okay, this is just gonna be probably, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm like, that would just make sense, you just haul ass. Oh. Okay, is it? So, also... Okay. Oop. Okay, that one also makes sense. Just stun the dude that... doesn't, so he can't catch it. That makes perfect sense. As I get confused about how the stealing base controls work. Also, I've hit the 10 mark, so I can just go and do this. Okay. Alright. Okay. Change. Okay, what does the question mark do? Absolutely nothing. It just did an animation of it breaking the bat. Okay, what does the man do? Okay, that one makes a little bit more sense. There we go. Yeah, and he did break the bat. And fell. And this should be a ball game? Yep. Because it's Japanese rules. What? Why is there just a bunch of... Okay. So, that's Baseball Simulator, Super Baseball Simulator 1000. It is a baseball game with shenanigans. Okay. Where is this? There we go. Okay. So. Baseball Simulator 1000. Baseball Simulator 1000's at 8. I kind of feel like that's probably the same thing. Also, wait, hold on. I need to look at something real quick.
It seems a bit high.
I mean, it's fine as a baseball game. Yeah, what about that 93? That's a 1990. But yeah. I'll also ignore those. Okay. Baseball Simulator 1000. Or actually, no. Super Baseball Simulator 1000. This is for a 465. 1991 by Culture Brain. SNES. It is a sports game. It is technically mundane, although with a little weird goofiness. As a baseball game, it does, like, there's, like, levels of baseball game where you have what's essentially the same, like, you have essentially what's baseball for the NES, but, like that kind of level. This is in, like, the same place as, like, the original Famista. And then you have some that are a little bit more advanced where you get stuff like getting tired, a few extra little more, like, finesse things like editing teams. And this is where that lies. It's better than, say, Famista, but it also doesn't really... It does exactly what it needs to do, and I think that's why I'm kind of thinking 8. Because it's like, if you like sports games, it's perfectly fine. Like, it's not going to win you over if you don't like sports games, but that's kind of what I was thinking. One thing that I am going to call out, that music was bad. The composition wasn't bad, but they really needed to do more with the sound chip than just literally translate the NES composition or arrangement into the SNES, because it sounds bad. Everything else is just fine. So yeah, that's Baseball Simulator 1000. Okay, so that was cool, Yos. So I'm going to actually hold yours off just a smidge because I need to warm up to get into that one.
I pick good games.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I want to know what it is even more.
Yeah, I mean, we will play it. It's just it is too early in the morning for me to do this. Caffeine is not kicked in yet. Okay. So, going back over here. So I'm going to go over to Tyrion. Doing the old pick of 2B. This is actually a game that I kind of sort of have a... I have a personal... If this is the one I'm thinking of, I have a personal... Yes, it is. I have a sort of personal grudge against this game because I always hated seeing it. As I saw it a lot. This was a rather, like, weirdly enough, I saw this a lot in movie theater arcades. And this is always a game that I always wanted to try. Every time that I did this, because it happened to be in a certain... because it's at a certain time frame. So... Prop Cycle. Prop Cycle was one of the arcade games that you might have seen this if you were going into arcades in the late 90s. This was the game that had a giant bicycle, or it had what looked like an exercise bike for a control panel, or like its controls. So you'd sit on the bicycle and you'd pedal on the thing. This was right at the time where gimmicky games like this, especially 3D ones, this game cost like $1 to play when it started. So it was way too, like, expensive. And the thing was also, around the time that, like, I was, like, I think I was 9 when this game came out, and I just wasn't able to handle it. So I just always had a slight grudge against this game. But we'll see now that I actually I can play this essentially for free. We'll see how this game actually plays. So, let me go ahead. I have to go straight to the game. Okay. So yeah, prop cycle. Oh, actually, we have 8 when this game came out. So yeah, it is a game that's kind of sort of like a Pilot Wings, where you are this guy on this weird air copter thing, and you know, pop balloons.
Oh yeah, I think I remember. I've never played it.
Yeehaw.
So, let me go ahead and get... Here. So yeah, the default for this game is it's $1 to play. I am using the... So... What you can actually... So how it's actually... Those cycles are actually working is essentially it's just like a analog controls... Like, it's a pedal, essentially. So, I'm gonna do this real quick just to show off the game.
That was very commanding.
3, 2, 1.
You can make it whatever you want. Okay. Okay. So, yeah.
There's an episode of Futurama where all the characters get a $300 stipend, and Kif uses his to buy him and Amy excursion on a bike that looks very similar to this. Also, it's recording.
Yep. Oh, shit.
A little faster!
Also, if you hit start, you do get a little map. That's nice. Oh. Ah, goddammit. Yeah, there's no brake on this, so you only have speed. There we go. Okay.
I want to point out, Lolo, that you wasted more time than that balloon gave you.
So if you get every balloon, you get what's called a perfect, so you get a little extra score. So you need to pop every balloon. There we go. But essentially, this is just the mode that's like, hey, you're doing this so that you can actually get some playtime.
Mm.
Well, thank you, Nox, for the $25 donation. That puts us over the thing, so we will be taking an episode on Dork Fortress. Okay.
So you pay $1 and you get to play for about a minute.
Yep. That's another thing I didn't like about this game, is that it is really fast. So unless you play on advanced.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, Redux.
Go!
Oh, shit.
I definitely like it more than Pilot Wings.
Yeah, this game, like, I was expecting, like, I bet you this game's gonna control like ass in MAME. This actually controls really well.
Yeah, like, I'm just from watching your maneuvers, you seem to be doing pretty well with the translated control system.
Yeah, if you, like, because I'm just using I'm using a Xbox Series X controller, so it's like, it translates pretty well, because I'm just using the trigger to essentially accelerate. Okay, I think I need to go wide here. So we've hit the mark yet, so we're good. Now it's just going for more time.
Aha! So this is a real video game.
Yep.
You handle playing the next stage. Congratulations! Now do your best on the next stage.
Zizi! Zizi, I made it!
We're getting closer to Solitar.
I have no clue what the story in this game is, by the way.
Stage.
Oh, I have to do it like this.
Go for Solitar. 3, 2, 1, go!
Soundtrack in this game is also very good.
Yes, it is very relaxing. Like, obviously, it's maybe a little unfair to compare this to Pilot Wings, considering Pilot Wings was, what, a SNES game?
Yeah.
But
Well,
at the same time, just, like, everything about this game is kind of what I would have expected from Pilot Wings.
the other thing also is, like, even compared to, like, Pilot Wings 64, this just feels really good. But also, this is an arcade game, so you have much better control scheme.
And bats. You have bats. What?
These snakes probably
What?
need a few extra frames of animation.
That's a
Sorry.
total.
Found the cave of green dicks with mouths.
Okay.
And here we are with different relaxing music. Also, did that cave cross through like time as well? Because it was daytime.
I guess. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. This is not good.
Nice baseball reference there, Chachi.
Shit!
Now the results. Can you handle playing the next stage?
Let's see. Okay, here's the thing. Do I get a chance to continue?
Too bad. Better luck next time. Would you
Off by
like
50.
Okay, good. Oh, they also lower the point. That's nice.
2, 1, go!
At least they don't give you shit. For
Yeah.
I feel like we're all very much on the same page that we don't like when games are just absolute dicks if you don't, you know, A, play the game well, or B, try to play it on an easier mode.
Yeah. I am not doing well this run. Also, thankfully, it doesn't seem like you can, like, die. Okay. Also, it's kind of a... I don't like calling games like this, because I feel like it's kind of a... not exactly descriptive way of describing it, but there's something Ghibli-esque about the setting in this.
Well, I can understand that because there's some posts that I've seen on like
There we go.
Facebook that talk about it. Ghibli films have this weird thing where they kind of make the mundane feel magic.
Yeah.
Like magic. Just the like think about Kiki's delivery service. Her whole thing is that, you know, she rides a broom and, you know, delivers goods to people who ask for them. And so that's taking the whole concept of delivering items, UPS, postal shit, and making it seem whimsical, magical. Cleaning, a lot of Ghibli films, when it comes to like cleaning, that stuff's done by like, if it's not done by a human character, it's done by a magical character. And this game does have that sort of sense of magical whimsy about what you're doing. You're basically flying through the air on a fucking bicycle.
There's a certain punk aspect to it. It's not steampunk for sure, but it's like there's a term for it. I can't remember which punk this is.
No bag of magic food. I reject that. I reject that phrase.
Well, the good news is that we're going to the next stage. Go. Okay, I got knocked off the course by something. I didn't know what it was. No, whatever. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, there's a wind. That's what. Bonk.
I appreciate that this game is basically feels like it was made to encourage you to play it more.
Yes.
Now for the results.
There.
Can you handle playing
It means it's doing this job, really.
Well, I mean, in most games, if you fail to meet the mark, the game just yells at you and demands you pay more money. In this, if you fail, it says, "All right, give me more money, but we'll lower the requirement so you can go forward at some point."
Pick a stage.
Cognizant about the fact that it's so damn expensive.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go!
Go for solitaire.
Like, I almost feel like if this were, say, I don't know, I'll just throw out a name, a Capcom game, and almost feel like they'd bump up the score every time you fail. Like, come on, work harder.
I mean, I don't think they're, like, usually they... So, I don't know if they'd bump up the score, but it's very much... It would, like, they'd probably just keep the score the same. But also, they understand, this game is physically exhausting. Because if you remember, this isn't just a pedal. You are pedaling this entire time. You need to pedal fast, too.
I would die playing this game.
Which is nice when you're playing in the main, because you don't have to pedal.
It's a very pleasing game.
It is. There's a lot of charm to it.
I kind of get like a vaguely like Knights vibe from the music.
I can see that, but the good thing about this game is that it's actually good.
Knights is a very polarizing game. You either really love it or you just don't like it. I've never heard anybody go, Knights? It's alright.
Thank you for the follow.
I do like the visual style
Ow.
and the music in Knights. I just don't like playing it.
Yeah.
Now for the results. Can you handle playing the next stage?
Also, like, for the time, it looks very good.
Better luck next time.
Like, this is 98, like, 96?
Three, 2, 1, go!
I do feel like the announcer is laying it on a bit thick.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that. Because it is, like, the fun thing about arcade games of this era. Oh, shit. Oh, this is... Really wish that there was a way to reverse, but there is not. Oh, also I can go back and get this balloon.
Also interesting that it shows you what, like, which direction to go until you're in the big open area at the end. Then you're like, oh.
I feel like, because at that point I feel like it'd be way too confusing.
Can you handle playing the next stage?
Oh man, this stage is rough.
Would you like to continue?
I'll give this one more attempt, and if I can't make this, then I'm just gonna move on.
One, go!
I don't know how MAME has been interesting in terms of. Oh, there is a probably. I don't know exactly how rough this game would be to play, or like how beefy of a thing you need. Okay. That was only a 51. That feels like that should be a little bit more
Yeah.
for how tricky that is to get. Great, I missed them both.
I almost feel like for those two, and you could just ignore the subway entirely and just take it from the left and swing to the right.
Possibly.
Almost.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get it.
This level's a beast.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Ah!
Oh, I wouldn't have made it anyway.
I was actually just thinking that myself, Terry. I was about to say it, and you said it first.
Okay,
Okay, but
okay.
this is actually enjoyable.
Okay, so it will go down forever, but I think we need to move on.
Yes.
Yeah. I was really surprised with actually all three of the System 22 games control much better than you'd expect. Especially one of them is you would not expect to control well, but it does. Anyway. That is loud. Okay, Prop Cycle. 1996. By Namco. The arcade. Technically a racing game. Oh, what would I call that even? I'd say that's actually cute. I felt very, like, cute and, like, it feels warm.
Charming.
Yeah.
It's like a blanket.
Yes. I have a blanket on right now.
It's a very windy blanket.
Let's see, where, like, that game is pretty good. What do we got at 6? Do we have any racing games at 6? We do. F-Zero 1. I would rather play that than I'd rather play Prop Cycle than F-Zero 1.
Would that still be true if you were playing on hardware?
I mean, at least I could get exercise if I was playing on actual hardware.
You're not wrong.
Let me load up the new filter. Let's see. Subgenre. Racing. Let's see.
Yeah, what is the highest racing game that we have?
Your highest is F-Zero-X at Tier 4. Episode 384. Below that is Tier 5, which has only one game, Snowboard Kids Plus.
Yeah, Snowboard Kids. I'd at least put it at 5. 4 is... 4 is tricky because essentially you saw what this game is. It's 4 of those stages, so it's not exactly... And you're playing the same things over and over again, whereas I feel like F-Zero-X at least has a lot more content, and F-Zero-X plays really good too. So I'm going to put this at 5.
Alright.
Sounds good.
I had a bunch at 6.
Yeah. Charm, definitely. The music's good. I'm going to say the gameplay's pretty good, too. Art also looks good. Like, that game looks really good for a 96 game. Like, that looks like a late-gen... I don't want to say that's like an early PS2 game.
Yeah. When did the PS2 come out?
PS2 was like 2001. We gotta remember that arcade hardware was much more
that's
powerful. I can't think of any particular yays or nays. That is true. How to actually control... Unfortunately, I don't really have a good way of, like, saying that. I would still think that it'd still be pretty... I'd have to actually, you know, play, like, actually play a cabinet in order to really do something about that. Because I don't know if it might actually even help. Like, it might be a lot even more intuitive than playing with just my Xbox controller. And yeah, I can't really think of anything yay or nay for that game. I think that game is just very good. Alright, let's see. That was 2B. Let me check to see what the next... whether or not I just want to hit 3B yet. Let me actually double check to make sure that 3B is what I think it is. Oh, it's not! Okay. So, we're gonna do 3B next. So. Dream Penguin Adventure. This certainly is a game.
I think I know it.
How do you feel about fat shaming?
Wait a minute. Didn't we do this one already?
We have. We need to take a look at it. Because when I think of toxic love, this is like one of the games like that has one of the shittiest messages about a relationship.
Yeah, I was here when we did this one originally. Yeah. All right. Let's
see. Are you under Yume? Yes, you are. Why is there 2 of them? Is there okay. I guess there was an advancement version. So. Okay, while that loads up. This smart, stylish guy. Yeah, not only is it like, it is kind of fascinating how shitty this game is in terms of like messaging. Like, it's like, not only is it like bad in terms of, hey, maybe you shouldn't, you know, bad relationship dynamics. Also, hey, you wanna like lose weight? Go down energy drinks. So yes. So this is a platformer. So this kind of plays, like, in terms of a gameplay style, this really is a take by Konami on a game that was made by Namco called, I think it's like Wagonland is I think how you're supposed to pronounce it, but most people just call it Wagonland. It plays very similar to like this. And yeah, you're trying to just get to the you're trying to get to the end of the stage in the time limit.
Looks like it's Ratchet scrolling.
Yes. Also, enemy projectiles are food, which will increase your weight meter.
Oh, where was that you missed? It was a bottle.
So that's the shape up. That's the dietary supplement you're taking to get thin fast. Unfortunately, there is no cutscene that I remember in this game of Penta having a heart attack from taking too much. Oh, also, yeah, you don't want to go into the water because water will will max out the weight meter. Like that. Which...
That's not how water works.
It's absolutely how water works, Julio. Have you ever heard of water retention?
It doesn't work like that.
Also, how is this a sequel to Antarctic Adventure?
Because it stars Penta. Yep.
But I mean, how do you go from Antarctic Adventure to this?
Remember that this... Penta was mostly known for parodias.
That is the excuse I'm using from now on, Tyrion. I'm not fat, I just took a shower. My body just absorbed all that shower water.
Look.
And I'm retaining it for the dry season.
Oh good, we're fighting Winnie the Pooh.
Not quite. Also, this is the other style of stage.
It's an extremely pastel map.
Yes. Oop. Also, for some reason, collision damage makes you gain weight. Also, I hate that the music in this game is good. I would just prefer it not to be associated with this game. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, got it. Oh, yes, God Protectors, yes. So the funny thing about that game is that, that actually is a game that's by... So that was made by Ancient to, serve as advertising for another game that was called God of Protectors that was for the 3DS. That is an Ancient joint. That game was actually made by, Yuzo Koshiro. That game's actually fascinating because it is like a weird flex. Because it is also graphically fascinating. Hey, damn it. Also, we're not gonna play this entire game, even though this game is, very short. You can beat this game if you're, if you don't die, you can beat this game in, 20 minutes. There's only 6 stages, if I remember. I think this... Actually, speaking of Game Center CX, I believe this game still holds the record for the fastest time he's completed a game. I think he completed this game in, an hour.
Oh wow, that is not very, balanced, is it?
I think let's just do one more stage.
The cake is undergoing repair. Okay.
As someone who has messed up a cake before, that makes sense.
Yeah, cake is very difficult to do right.
And yes, Tyrion, that is a very good way of describing this game. This game's not bad, it's shitty. Yeah, and that God of Protectors game has a sort of similar issue, but it's not quite as blatant about it, kind of.
I feel like I've seen God of Protectors somewhere before.
So it's a game, so there's a new version of it that came out to the Switch recently. I don't know if it actually got translated to English, but it's been in Japan for a couple years. It's actually a really neat game. I just, haven't taken a look at it here. Because God of Protectors is, like, you're playing as a character who is, trying to lose weight with a lot of frames of animation and wearing a very Amazon-esque outfit. And there is no way that someone who made that game, that made those sprites, did not mind that she was a little bit heavy. Which I don't mind. Also, we don't see it here, but if you do actually get the... Oh, yeah, I did fire, that's right. If you actually get yourself to completely clear the weight limit, you actually turn invincible. Use max side in the desert. So we're halfway through the game at this point, but I think we have seen this game entirely before. It's not very long, and it's also, we've kind of seen most of what this game has to offer. So, yeah, there's that. I just felt like we should take a look at this game, because it's been a while since I've looked at it. So, where is that actually? Dream Penguin. We have it at 10, which I kind of feel is an okay spot. We took a look at it in episode 12. It's not bad. Like, it's not bad. Like, it's actually, from a gameplay standpoint, it feels okay, which is why it's at 10. It just, this yikes is very much so.
Yeah, that game sucks.
Yeah. So, there's that. Anyway, before I pick the next box, I will actually be right back.
That's while we're waiting. As a reminder, we are supporting Color of Change this quarter. If you have any money to donate that you're able to, and that you would like to support Color of Change, feel free to do so at relief.ldp.life.
We've also had 2 donations, I think, today. Tyrion and Heretic Soul. 20 and 25, respectively, bringing us up to 240. I'll mention it to Lolo when he gets back. Because I don't think he mentioned them.
What was that?
We had 2 donations, I think, today. Or was that before?
Yeah, those today. So Tyrion's was during the intro, and I saw Noxus came through. Or Heretic Souls came through. So I saw both of them.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was mentioned yet.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned them, but again, thank you, Tyrion and Nox, for the subscription. Or not subscription. The donations.
Also, did you check Mike Wielder?
Did not. Do. Boop. Keep on forgetting that I have to do that. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
All good.
Okay, so there. Now you can see who is actually talking. Okay, so what do we got next? I have no idea. You are never too late to put stuff in the queue. It is pretty full at the moment, but you can definitely still put stuff in.
6-hour stream, should be able to get to it.
Yeah, we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things queued. We could probably, we should get through that. Okay, well, especially with considering what some of that stuff is. Let's see. Let's see. So next up is Max, who put in 18C. What is 18? Modern Retro. So what is this one? This one is Allison, you and the Planet of Number. Okay. So remember the game Space Mouse 2 that we took a look at? That was by a company that makes, a lot of modern things. So let me load this up. Let me close out a RetroArch because it's going to interfere with my gamepad if I don't. Okay. So this is going to be certainly a game. There we go. Okay, captured it yet? There you go. So Mindware. Alice and you in the planet... not the planet of Number. Okay. So. This is a lot of words. Basically, this is it's kind of slightly hard to describe. But essentially, this is kind of sort of a puzzle game. Hopefully, you can kind of piece out how it works. Oh, there. One day when Alice and you were reading the Space Children's newspaper. Special,
Okay.
Planet of Numbers. All you can eat donuts. If you achieve 100%, all you can eat donuts. You've got to go for it. Alice and you boarded the rocket. They arrived at the Planet of Numbers. Let's get unlimited donuts. So yeah, I'm guessing that the green-haired girl is you. So we got a few ways we can play this.
I don't know, my hair's more of like a dark brown.
Okay, so let's see. Let's start a small planet. So, the goal is to basically get the pickups. So you're right here. So you can you can go in any direction. Like, so you go the The next number that's so like if I go left, I go 1 space. If I go up and to the left, I go 2 spaces. If I go to the right, you go 3 spaces. So it's a weird kind of Picross kind of thing. And every time you move across a space, you blank it out. If you walk into a blank space, the game's over. You want to get the crystal, and that will refresh everything. And I think if I do this... Oh, I just make it. Let's try this. And you can't just go... You have to go towards a number. You can't just go... Oh, shit, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, I think I might have screwed this.
Already my favorite game of the stream.
I think I'm dead. Yep. Let's try it again.
Wait. Oh my god, I'm a moron. I was trying to type to somebody, and I guess I hit the space bar, and it paused VLC, so I was looking at VLC like, why hasn't Lolo started the game yet?
I've done that. Also typing in VLC, which just starts setting a bunch of flags and you don't know what was set.
Like, oh shit, I pressed a shortcut, what do I do?
I generally just type whatever it is that I typed before and hope for the best.
This is really shitty Minesweeper.
No, it's... I would not call it, like... It's still pretty... It's... You gotta remember or figure out how to play it, but it's pretty neat. That's how I like it.
Alright, I think I'm picking up.
Yeah, it takes like a couple rounds in order for you to figure out what you're supposed to do. Okay, so if I move there...
Dude, with this
you move as many spaces as the first block in front of you.
Correct.
Okay.
What this reminds me of is there's this one game, I think it's called Golden Monkey, that I've played on the Softkey 2000 Shareware Games disc.
Uh-oh. I think I'm hosed.
And
oh, there we go.
It plays basically like this. Except that there are no, like, power-ups.
Yeah, it has diagonals. If there's anything that this... Oh, shit. Crap. Oh, good.
Also, there are walls in this one. Running into walls stops you.
Money. Get the money.
Yeah, you have to move on to a number. You can't move on to a symbol.
You can, I think.
Oh, you can?
You just gotta... Okay, good. If I run into it, it repairs.
The donut god smiles upon you.
It is very early. I think it's using the same kind of sound font.
Have either of you heard of Magnetic Rose? Memory's Magnetic Rose.
I have not.
There's King Donut flying in the sky. Oh, no, there they go. We will miss you. your delicious glaze.
Cast thy glaze down upon us.
Let's...
Cover me in thy glaze.
What this kind of reminds me of is there's a game we took a look at a long time ago called Night Move, where you're like a chess knight that's trying to uncover as many squares as you can.
Oh, this one's easy.
There.
I'm surprised you... Okay, that works too. You could have gone to the 1 and then down, and then it would have taken you to it.
I was trying to get some more fruit. Because, I mean, the point of these things is to get, is for score. Also, I did not... So one thing that's kind of annoying is if you double tap the direction, you will go, instead of just... Because normally what you do is you just hit direction, you hit A. Also, there's a weird thing with how this game does diagonals. In order to go on the diagonals, you have to hold down R, and then you can, like, do the diagonals that way.
Oh no, it's a nice plant. Hey, high score.
I believe that's also one that I have set, because it does save your scores.
I will say one thing that I don't like about this game is the fact that when you get like a heart or something, new stuff drops onto the field. It just kind of cuts the flow of gameplay.
Yeah. Also surprisingly a low-scoring game. Also, I suppose that one of the things we're trying to do is get 100% cleared. If I try this... Oh, I can't.
That's how you get unlimited donuts.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
I just screwed myself.
Can you get to that 3 at the bottom?
Well, there's no space. There's no, like, landmass. Unless I figure out something that can go over it. Nope, I think I'm dead. So let's see.
It's a night.
Bless you.
There we go. Okay. So that's there. Let's just take a look at what game mode B is real quick. Also, let's try Medium Planet. Oh, does this not have edges? Oh.
Bob.
Let's try again.
Also, just noticed the spaceship zooming by to collect you and you fall off.
Yeah, that's kind of neat. Damn it. Oh, there's... Oh. Okay, okay, I'm curious about... Oh, you can also hold down the button to speed up animations, which is nice. I think there's give up and there's exit game, but I think exit game just goes here. Is Planet B... Okay, so Planet Game B is just there is no edges. Okay. And then time attack. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. So yeah, that's Alice and You in the Planet of Numbers. It is an interesting little game. You can find it on Steam. If I remember correctly, it is... let's see. How much is this? Yeah, if you want to pay $7, you can get Alice and You in the Planet of Number.
Cute.
There is also, if you want to get this game and also Space Mouse 2, which we've taken a look at, in another game that we have not taken a look at yet, which is Alien Field, you can get that in a bundle. Oh, also it is, I believe it is, let's see. Oh, nope, it is $7 normally. But yes, that was Alice and You in the Planet of Number. So, let us go and put that on the board.
I'm not even talking.
There. Let's see. And that actually came out last year. March 6th of last year. PC. That is... I'm gonna call that a character puzzle game, because that's technically what that is. And that is very cute. Let's see. In terms of, like, actual number... Okay, we got Old Towers there. Character puzzle. Panic Space. Just trying to see if I can find anything that's like remotely close as a comparison point. Let's see, let's look at 7. Solomon's Key. I wouldn't call it close. Eggerland. I'm kind of thinking 8. Like it's a good game. It's a little convoluted. It's a good game. Music was good. I'd say music and charm is good. Gameplay... I think everything else is fine.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. I think that's good. For Alice and You in the Planet of Number. So, next game. That was Max. Okay. Chachi wants 14C. That is Konami Arcade Oddities. Lethal Enforcers 2 Gunfighters. So, this is the sequel to Lethal Enforcers. But in the Old West. That's actually pretty much it, actually, we'll see, but... Lethal Enforcers not Fun Fighters. Gunfighters. Okay, time to open up you again.
Fun Fighters sounds more like some sort of parody version.
Yeah, if they're doing a Proteus version of it, yeah. Okay, I remember... Where are you? There you are. LE2. You better not. You better load. Let's just say I tested to make sure that it worked. There we go. Okay. Come on. Oh, you're probably not going to... If I disable the source, you're probably not going to pick it up. There we go. Okay. Get ye old...
Oh.
Here we go. This is, in fact, a light gun game. 1873. In the West. Dangerous Outlaws. I should also mention, this is the arcade version, if you're wondering why it looks a little off. That's how it looked. And this is 94. This feels oddly late for this kind of game.
Okay, I already love the visual style of this game. It is crappy and I love it.
I don't want to die.
Somehow this looks worse than, what is it, Area...
Area 51?
Yeah.
It looks worse than Lethal Enforcers 1.
Also, yes. Like, these are some chunky visuals.
Also, you don't get the wonderful thing of Lethal Enforcers where you just get the game go, die, pig!
It looks like everything's just, like, rough edge, like they turned anti-aliasing off.
So you will see some flickering. I don't know if this is fully emulated properly yet. Remember there was a weird era of Konami games where main kind of has trouble. Oh shit.
Nobody was innocent in the Old West.
Oh, I can...
While you're dead anyway.
Oh, essentially, so to get the double guns, it's essentially it's a 2-round burst. I would imagine this would be a conversion kit. Also, yes, much like the first game, if you get hit, you lose your weapon. Which... Also, one thing I'm noticing is that some enemies take multiple shots, which isn't great.
No. I'm glad that this game includes one of my favorite old Western instruments, the electric guitar.
But one good thing about this game, everyone is wearing a mask.
God damn it.
So already everybody in this game is doing better than the entire United States.
Look, it's so that you can use the same actor for multiple outfits.
Daniel Pacino.
That was a great explosion.
It's beautiful.
Ow.
This game's just...
They saved you from living.
Who are they yelling at?
I don't know. God, I'm curious how because I know this game got ported to, I think, the Sega CD. Should have done that version. Oh.
You ain't gonna take me alive, Sheriff.
God, I love explosion.jpg.
Those kind of look like the fire gifts you'd see on like an Angel Fire website. Next to a rotating skull gift. I definitely did not have such a page growing up.
Can't forget the digging stick figure because this page is always under construction.
My first ever website I created was a Pokemon fan site, and that's why I know how to do the E with the accent over the top to this day. Alt 0223.
Let's see, did I...
When I wasn't using a French keyboard, I would use Alt 130.
Thank you, Bob, for the donation.
Nice. 250
Oops.
Also, it's
Oops.
Alt 233.
Okay, this stage is kind of cool. Cut. Also, doing the shoot below the monitor thing in MAME's kind of annoying. It is very much the problem that I would be doing much better if I had an actual light gun. Ooh. Damn it.
Why do the people in the cart keep poking their heads out?
Look, how was I supposed to know that the Buglist wasn't a good guy? I mean, if you're sitting here in the middle of this with a French horn, what do you expect to happen? You're just gonna get shot. And I'll make sure of that.
At least it's not a recorder.
Yeah, damn it, I wanted the Gatling gun on the horse.
One of my favorite videos on YouTube is a guy playing through the fire and flames on a recorder.
God, I just want to know who, the actors they got, who are these guys that, these guys that are just in Japan, they're like, hey, can you shoot this thing for us? Oh, this is gonna be good. Damn it.
So he's just the gorilla skeleton from Castlevania.
Yes.
At least with arcade cabinets for light gun games, all you'd ever have to do is just flip your hand in front of the gun and then shoot instead of having to point off screen.
I did not hear that. I want to read that. Great. Yes! Yes!
Beautiful. Watch him sail majestically into the sunset.
See if you got what it takes to be a sheriff.
Because all it takes to be a sheriff is gun.
Right.
Charlotte. Sharif don't like it. Shoot the saloon.
Wait, what? Good, I'm glad that... Just that... Wait, what? Music's pretty good, though. It is a Konami game, though. Okay, can I... Okay. I wanted to see if at least I could do that.
Bravo.
Majestic. Oh, shit. Oh, whoops.
Way to go. Just
That is such a
way.
good. That falling down the stairs is so good. Oh. This game's... I was gonna say, this game's good, but it's not. Okay, I'm gonna hit you so you can go... Oh, he didn't go down the stairs.
What a coward. You shot that dude in the dick.
He's not content with the title of sheriff, going for the title of Robocop.
Wait, is she bad?
Yeah, she was gonna pull out a gun.
That was a bit of an intrusive animation for the reload.
I mean it... Okay, you got in front of my shot. That's your fault. Okay, I just am looking... I am wondering what the boss of this is gonna be.
What? That was the most accurate cop statement I've ever heard.
Can someone do me a favor and look up to see who the composer of this game is? I have an idea on who it is. Is it?
Tsuyoshi Sekito.
Okay, it's not who I thought it was.
I have two listed here. There's them and there's Yuichi Sakakura.
Yuichi Sakakura. Okay. Because I was gonna wonder if it was Mitsuhiro Izumi, which it's not. I wonder if... Can someone do me a favor and look up to see if they have an entry on RemiWiki? Like... I appreciate this old drunk dude.
When we draw, start shooting.
Oh.
Redmi Wiki has Lethal Enforcers Medley, but does not have this game specifically.
Okay. Okay, I think we're good here.
Also, I like how the producer is listed as Tom K.
Huh. Yeah, so the problem is that if you were using a light gun, you would have better twitch reflex to shoot at one in particular. However, because I'm using a mouse, you don't actually have as good of a you don't have as good a reflex. So yeah. Anyway. Okay. It's doable, it's just really hard. But anyway.
Might be a little bit of grinding for that one.
Yeah. Lethal Forces 2 Gunfighters. 465, 1994. Konami. There's a gun. I'm surprised I need a... Oh, wait. I think I do have an Old West. Yeah, it's these things. Music's good. There's a goofy charm to the Lethal Enforcers games that I like. Aren't that's kind of meh. And I suppose I should actually give a number. Lethal Enforcers itself, I think is like, it's pretty low because as a light gun game, it's actually not that great. It's really basic. Lethal. It's at 15. I think it's slightly better than the original because there's a little bit more going to it. I don't think it's that good though. Like, I think Area 51's like around here. Let's see, we got Hogan's Alley at 14. Area 51. Where is Area 51? Oh, it's at the same level. I think I'll... Yeah, let's just keep it at 15 then. So there is Lethal Enforcers 2 Gunfighters. So, before I pick the next game, I will be right back.
Okay, I'll also be right.
All right. So, that was Chachi with 14C. Now, CXX Hobo requested 22A, which is Potpourri. What is this? Guzzler. Guzzler is a... I think this actually was in... this was in one of the, like, I think the Golden Age until I changed it to something else. This is a... I think this is an SNK game? But I think it was from, like, I believe it is, like, 1981, so it's pretty early. Guzzler. Okay. Oh, this is not. So this is 1983 by Tekken, who would become Tecmo. So this is a very early Tecmo game. And it is a maze game in which you are a thing of water, which guzzles more water, and you put out fire. Goal of each level is to put out fire. Yeah. But why is it? It's not very responsive, that's for sure. Okay.
Delay.
Yeah. Oh, it's you keep on moving until you... Okay, that's
not great.
So you get 3 things until you have to go... there. There we go. Oop. And I think you get a bonus for if you kill something that's in each of the like you see the letters at the bottom. There we go. Oop. Also, you don't want to. Also, the last fire will come after you. There we go. Pretty simple.
I was thinking, Lolo, and it's alright, I do have a suggestion.
What's that?
I know you explained it at the start, but if you had a tab on the R3 link for the box categories and a definition for them.
Oh, okay.
Because that would help people who come in late or people like me who have absolutely shit memory.
Okay. Oh, damn it. I came out really quick. Oop. That should have been good there. You get back here. Okay. Yeah, the fact that you're always moving is a little awkward. There we go. I mean, yeah, it is Pac-Man, but in Pac-Man, you're not shooting. Oop.
So do you have a limited number of attacks?
Yeah, you have 3.
How do you know?
Because you can see it in your sprite. Because you'll lose water. And then when you're out, you're empty. You don't have any shots left.
Oh, I see.
Oop. The problem is the speed of the game changes as you get rid of water.
Ah. This game is only just reinforcing the terrible ideas that the Penguin game had. that you can absorb water by touching it.
Well, it's probably like I have no idea because this is like the same thing like with I think when I was looking for the little side that one episode where we did Salamander 2 as well, and we did Pop Flamer. Like, there's a weird, like, early, like, the first 3 years... Oh. Nope. They're just weird shit in, like, the early 80s. Oh, hey.
This little tune sounds out of sync with itself.
It does. So yeah, that's Guzzler by Tecmo. Before they changed their name to Tecmo. So. Okay. See there, 1983. Tecmo Arcade Maze. I think it's trying to go for cute. Don't know whether or not it succeeds. But yeah, where's Pop Flamer? Pop Flamer's at 14. The thing with Pop Flamer is you have a little bit of controllability. So I'm kind of thinking 15 for that one. Like, it's not that great. It's not abysmal, but it's not that great. And its controls are really cumbersome. Are kind of what I'd call out for that. So, there's that. So, there. That was Guzzler. So, okay. There's that. Coolio. Again, which by the way, we are dwindling down our boxes. So if you have not put something in the box and you want to do a request, just look in your channel points or your redemptions, and you can pick a box. We definitely have time to go through these. So, let's see. Next up, we got Coolio requested 20C. Which that is, I haven't ranked that. So, speaking of classic arcade games.
Oh dear.
Missile Command. Something as like, it's like, oh right, I have not played or done Missile Command. That like, because it's like, oh, it's like one of the like most, it is like as classic as you can possibly get.
Wow, really?
Yeah, we have not done Missile Command yet.
Huh, okay.
So Missile Command, I want to say this is an Atari joint. I think it's like it's like early. It's like 1980, I think.
Missile Command was, in fact, Atari Inc. and, in fact, 1980.
Okay, so this game, you do have a trackball, and if you have not actually played Missile Command before, you have. You control the little cursor. You are in control of the. So if you look at the left side, the right side, and the middle, you are in. Those are your missile things where you're trying to destroy missiles that are going for cities, and you have to like a lot of this game is trying to you're trying to lead your shots a lot.
Mhm.
Now, also, I gotta rebind the controls for this real quick because let's see, can I do this? Okay,
So while you're doing that, this game was designed by Dave Thurer and Rich Adam. Dave Thurer also went to design Tempest.
That sounds about right. Also, this game gave him nightmares. Because, yeah. As we'll see, this also was the 80s. Oop. Okay, why?
I think LGR has an actual cabinet of this.
Okay, why did it not? Oh, that's why. Okay, I'm gonna restart this. There we go. Hopefully
Yeah,
you'll
I guess I
actually
can see-
get my inputs.
I could see how this could be nightmare-inducing, considering, I guess, technically this is still within the era of the Cold War, which wasn't formally ended until 1989.
Oh, they're going faster.
Getting those big chains on.
There we go. Oh shit. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, because that's the thing, is if your missile silo gets hit, it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Well, still managed to save all the cities.
I should say it's also done for that round. Oh. Well, that city's dead. Oh shit. We're dead. Yep, I think this is going to be the start of the end.
That's a high score.
So it's 2 cities left. But yeah, the cities do not regenerate. Your bases do. Also, man. Yep, that is... Yep, we're dead. Great score. Spin the ball to change letters. Okay. L. D. P. Oh, did I not? Okay, I'm curious. Like, do I not? Oh, I actually hit 2-player. Okay, there, because we need to see something. Yeah, actually, I probably should mention that. Yes, this game has a really good game over screen, and is one of the things that's like credited as why the guy got nightmares after making this.
At least the game is nice enough to just speed up if you run out of missiles.
Yeah.
I think both players gotta get game over for it to do this.
Yeah.
So Lolo,
There we
the
go.
Bloodborne PSX remake. Would you consider that?
The end.
Oh.
Yeah, he kept on seeing that in his dreams.
That is pretty tough on the eyes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Bloodborne demake, does that work?
Would you consider that eligible?
Possibly.
It's releasing at the end of the month.
Oh, no. Let's see. Okay, Missile Command. It's still decent. Like, I wouldn't say it's like the greatest, but yeah.
It's certainly an important game.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that I kind of would call a staple. Like, if you're gonna get into video games, it's a game you should play because it gives you an idea, at least, of like early video games.
God, what do I even call this? God, I'd almost call this high concept because there's not a whole lot of other things like it. Also, it's very much 80s.
I'd be curious to see what a modern Missile Command would look like.
I mean, there was some for like the PlayStation that, like, when they were like remaking all those games.
Like Centipede,
Yeah, like Centipede and like Galaga and all that.
Frogger.
Yep. I think just leaving it blank. I think 11 is fine for it.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah, I could see you doing like a championship edition of that kind of thing. But yeah.
I'm gonna click that. Thanks, Bob.
All right. I think that's good. Okay. That's 20C.
Yeah, that looks about right.
Let's see. 17C. What's old is new. Really going for the C's. If I say that, I mean, it's... Yeah. What's old is new? What is 17C? Wolfling. So... This is for the NES. And you can get this on itch. And let's... This is something I saw in like a list of stuff. This is by Lazy Cow, apparently.
Ow.
This tune's pretty good.
Yeah. Let's press start. So we are this lady who can punch. They get in the moonlight, and he turned into a wolf who can roll. Oh. Oh, damn it. Yeah, you definitely have momentum in this. Something about this just, like... there's something, like, European developer about this.
They definitely put a lot of frames in for the main character.
Yeah. Also, you can actually hold your attack down. I don't know if it makes it do more damage, but... Oop. These are the areas we saw in the little opening bit. Oh, I need a key. Yep. Yeah, it's a shame. Let's see. Wait, was this the area we started in? Yes. Actually. So this is an NES game. I should look up to see what the developer's, like, itch is. Yeah, I think you can get this for, like... I want to say it's, like... $2? Yeah, it's a modern NES game. There we go, yes. Oh, I think I need to verb.
Seems to be available for free.
Oh, it is free? Okay. I think they put... I think it's one of the things that it's like, oh, they give you, let's go, if you can throw... You can throw some money at them, but if you want to get it for free, you can. Okay. Oop. Oh, it's a full heal. I was wondering if that was going to be a full, like, heart container. Oh, I guess getting hit by one of those turns you into a human.
Silver arrows, I imagine.
Possibly. Okay, I take it that I'm gonna need to... Okay, where am I platforming? Oh, there's a thing there. Oop. See, that's the annoying thing about the roll text that... Oh. Yeah, there's like a set distance you have to go with it. Let's see, what's this?
That was a nice jump over that missile. Or arrow. What did you pick up?
I don't know. Can I do anything? Nope. Oop. Didn't mean to go in there. Oh, there's a key there.
It's a bouncy key.
Okay, I think I have to be... Yeah, I have to be in wolf form in order to get there. Oh, those are spikes.
That's rude.
I think. There, and that's key. Do I have to be... Oh, do I have to be human to use the key? Okay, that's not a key I can use there.
There was the...
Yeah, there...
blocks from other place.
Yeah. I guess gotta remember where that was.
I think it was, and I'm quoting the critic here, back and to the left.
Okay, do I have to hit these guys in the back? Can I push them off? Oh, I can, it just doesn't do what I was hoping. Ow. That's what we're about to see what happens when you die. Oh. Oh, I see.
Aha.
It is a one continue game. Oh well. I think we kind of got a gist of what that was.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Cool. You got the extra page up?
Yep.
What is the... When did that get released?
That was... Does it say on the page? Oh, the file date... Oh, there it is. 2019.
2019. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say the file date, but yeah, it's all the way at the bottom of the page. Barely visible.
I think that's going for like a spooky atmosphere.
Oh, it's also here.
Kind of cutesy horror.
Yeah, kind of, but I think that's kind of how you'd have to do graphics like that for... I think for the most part it was going for a spooky thing. Or that kind of gothic horror or whatever. I think that the game is pretty decent. I kind of wish there was a way to continue, but I don't know exactly how long that game is, so... Let's see. What do you got on 6? Do we have... Nova the Squirrel at 6. I think that's probably about the same level I put that. Like, it's decent, and like, it's actually... It's pretty cool for something like that. So, I think 6 is good for that. I like the artwork in it. The graphics looked pretty neat. Though the other stuff, I think that's good for just that. So, yeah, that was Wolfling. So, let's see. That was 17C. X, you put in 3A. So, I would like to point out something about the fact that, so, by our current standards, because we have added the next generation of platforms, and by that I mean, we are up to PS3, or we're including PS2, which I believe we meant that PC going up to 2006. Because I was thinking of stuff that I was like, oh, what got released in what's before then? And I was thinking of a game, and lo and behold, it came out in 2005. So, it is time to talk about melons.
Oh no.
Okay.
I hate this game so much.
This game is very disorienting. Okay. Are you going to load? There we go. Oh, I need to close out RetroArch. Okay. Yeah, I do not know how long we're going to play this, but I feel like I should put this on here, especially when we're talking about Toxic Love.
Hey, it's Trip. Hey, it's been a while, but why don't you come over tonight? Grace and I, we'd love to see you. So yeah, just come on over around 8. It'll be fun. Hope to see you tonight.
So the thing is, I've only seen like older videos of this that run this in like 30 frames per second. I'm not used to seeing it in the full 60 frames.
Oh my fucking god, this fucking thing.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm so fucking
Okay,
sorry.
so first off, let's turn the subtitles on. Okay, so let's see. Let's look at the names. We got Adam, E. Let's see, what L do we got? Lisa, Liz. That's it. Ka. Kelly male and Kelly female. We got George. Gonzalo. Ian. Let's see. Robin. Sam male, Sam female. Sergio. Yeah, I think we gotta be Gonzalo.
Gonzalo.
I'm very glad that my name is listed on there.
Where are the new wine glasses?
What for?
That should be obvious.
So this uses the arrow keys.
Quick production, please.
Jesus Grace, come on, I'm not asking a lot here.
What?
Say the line, Lolo.
I haven't done it yet. It's not gonna do anything until I get in.
He's here.
Okay, fair.
You told me to be an hour from now.
Also, hello.
He's right
Hello.
on time.
God, Trip.
Gonzalo! Hey, it's been too long, man.
I hate this. I
How
hate
you
this so
doing?
much.
You look great.
As someone who has
Yeah, come on in.
a pro, like,
I'll
Ah!
go get
Oh
Grace.
my god! His head!
No, here we are.
as someone who has a slight aversion to when
Hi,
people
how
look me
are
in the
you?
eye.
Oh, it's so nice to see you. It feels like it's
Skate.
been forever.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I just asked him that.
These
Well,
models
I'm
are
asking him too.
awful.
So I got a fun fact about this game.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, the people who made this game have went on to make diplomacy trainers for the conflict in the Middle East.
Well,
All right, Gonzalo, that's it. You've got to leave.
Yes.
We'll be fine. Just
I am
go.
standing up and applauding.
So what people think is the reason behind it is that there are a glossary of words in this game that the game considers profane and will kick you out if. So the funny thing is actually, you're seeing actual text on here. On the actual window, I can't see it. So I have to use the OBS preview.
This is amazing.
But going back to the thing is that there is a list of words that the game thinks is profane, and it thinks that like when you think about the word melons, like it's thinking that it's like you're using it as like the Preston acronym. So it's not that it's small; it's just it's breaking. It just doesn't work right. Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Reminder, these people made games for the... I'm sorry, not games, like programs for the government.
Great.
For, again, the conflict in the Middle East. For diplomacy. For solving conflicts. Think about that for a little bit.
I don't want to.
A lot, actually.
Okay. Also, this is an interactive story. They got interactivestory.net. How do you do that? Okay. Can I skip this? Okay.
written by two dudes. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
I'm willing to bet that the lady character is going to come off really good.
I don't think either of these two come out good, but yes.
Chip, when are you going to get rid of this? What, Grace, this? Oh, he's here. What? You told me to be an hour from now. No, he's supposed to be here now. God, Trip.
Gonzalo! Hey! God, it's been so long since we've seen you. How you doing, man? Hi! Wow, it's so great to see you after so long. Well, come on in. It'll be just a sec while I go get Grace. Grace? What are you hiding in the bedroom already? No, I just don't want to go out there. Come on.
No, here we are. Gonzalo? Hi, how are you? I am so happy to see you after so long.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I just... Well, come in,
This
make
is very
yourself at home.
polygonal.
Oops. I need to go close the
They're
door.
smooth, but they're like
Yeah,
too
I'm hoping
smooth.
you can help me understand
somehow.
where I went
Yeah,
wrong.
so the thing is you don't get in video is that this game, like, you don't get the control, like, how this game controls
Grace,
from
let's not do
video.
that.
How does it control?
With
bad.
this room, I was trying for a kind of postmodern style.
So if I remember right, I
Yeah,
think you
I
get the
think that it
best
comes
ending in this game
across.
just by saying yes
But
to
it is
everything.
clearly just not happening. This is
All
a
right.
mess.
At least somebody did.
They would hate my house then, Jesus. I like how all they do is sigh.
What? No, I'm fine. We're fine. Everything's fine.
See,
That look
Grace?
made it look like she wanted to
No
shove
one has
him
a
out a
problem with
window.
your decorating. It's fine.
Well, I plan to return most of this anyhow. This room needs to be redone.
Gonzalo, let me get you a drink. Good news. I just fully loaded the bar with the real quality stuff. Only the best for my guests. How does a martini sound? I served them at our last party. They were a smash.
No,
Great, martini it is.
no, Gonzalo. Maybe you'd like just a simple glass of white wine.
Oh, come on.
Okay, good.
All right, fine,
Damn.
fine. This reminds me of the time we had your book group friends over. Grace, I don't want to drink alone.
Oh, no, her
Listen,
eyes.
Join me in a nice cocktail.
Gonzalo, I'll just have what you're having.
I have no eyes that I must see.
Well, we're all friends here.
I appreciate two
Oh,
people
God.
coming together to
Gonzalo,
give us a
this isn't
game
much
showing
fun for
the
you,
absolute
is
end
it?
of a relationship.
Listen to us. We're arguing in front of our friend.
Honestly,
All
they're
right,
both
Grace,
kind of
yours is
terrible.
ready?
I don't like either of them.
Thanks.
Anyway, Grace, come on. It's not helping things for you to say that.
Trip, it's okay if we disagree
not
in front
disagreeing.
of our friend.
Oh
We're-
my
we're
god,
not
I can't
disagreeing.
I would
fucking
not
stand
hang
them.
What?
I want you to look at this photo from our recent trip to Italy.
I would not hang out with these people. They're
Trip,
boring.
maybe our friend would
Grace,
prefer
just because you don't like it
It's not
doesn't
even
mean our
boring, it's
friend
just
won't.
like,
Gonzalo,
they're just
come over
so
here and sit on the couch
miserable.
with
Just
me.
break
Grace,
up already.
Now, Gonzalo, in one word, what does this picture make you think of?
Oh, please, Trip, don't put our friend on the spot like that.
Grace wasn't with me when I took this picture. She was sulking in the hotel room.
Gonzalo? Trip, you see, your fetish
Just
for
shoot
all
them both,
things
Lolo,
European is
please.
making our friend very uncomfortable.
God damn it, Grace, this was supposed to be our second honeymoon.
What? Gonzalo? Trip is absolutely exaggerating. It
Jesus,
was simply
I
a
was trying
weekend
to find a
getaway,
way for us
that's
to
all.
spend some time together.
All those business trips of yours to Europe.
Ah!
Oh,
Gonzalo, are you okay? You're acting all fidgety. Oh, good. I was a little concerned there for us.
Like,
Here's
I feel like
It
saving this
tastes
relationship
good.
is not the goal here.
Gonzalo?
I
you
wouldn't
and I
even
are
try.
getting along so well tonight.
As somebody who
Stay
literally
there for a
watched
moment. I
a
want your
friend's
opinion.
marriage fall apart,
Stay there.
I would tell these two to break up in a heartbeat.
I'm getting so tired of
Oh.
looking at this god-awful couch. Maybe if I replaced it with
Do you remember, Grace?
What?
How I proposed to you?
Oh God, Trip.
Gonzalo, I'll show you. It was at Grace's parents' house. Christmas, senior year of college. I got on one knee in front of everybody.
Trip, what are you doing?
I pulled out a diamond ring, and I said,
Stop it, Trip.
Grace, will you marry me?
Trip.
Is that romantic or what?
Lolo just quietly drinking as he watches this.
Thank you.
Why did that make her
That's a proper
angry?
reaction.
See, Trip, not everyone thinks being proposed to like that is
Wait,
so
what?
They're
romantic.
shells.
I don't know where you get your
them.
ideas.
Gonzalo? Grace, come on. What could be more romantic than that? Grace?
Gonzalo, I'm sorry, you didn't need to see that. Trip, you're being a real bore tonight. Let's just forget about it, okay?
Oh my god!
Oh, you are impossible.
What?
Ugh, you're driving me insane. Goddamn romantic.
This is literally
wedding
just
proposal.
watching a relationship
I try to
die
reach
in
out to you.
real
I
time.
try to be romantic with you, but you're cold and distant. I do. I really try.
He's killed them.
Gonzalo,
Please
can
let
you
us have the
believe
option to
this?
just kill them.
Oh, shit.
What? What are you saying to me?
Can you keep looking at their shelves? That's more
Goddamn
interesting right
Italy.
now.
What is everybody hinting at? That I'm a bad person?
God.
That I don't love my wife? What?
Goddamn second honeymoon. Trip, our whole marriage, you're
God.
so controlling. All right, you know what? Gonzalo,
Thank you for the
Like,
I'm
follow.
going to ask you something.
His elbow's a
Grace, Trip,
circle.
let me ask our guest a question. Gonzalo, yes or no? When you get married, you're supposed to forgive and forget everything bad that happened before that, right?
What? What?
There's a that
Oh,
is not a
okay.
nuance. That
Sure.
question has a lot of nuance behind the
Oh,
answer.
Grace, anytime
is
I
not
talk about
yes
our
or no
wedding
answer.
or
Oh
our
my
engagement,
God.
you hate it! Hate it! How do you think that makes me feel? What am I supposed to think, Grace?
Oh, yeah, good. Get out of my sight. I can't stand you. God damn it. Oh!
Infuriating.
Gonzalo, we're
I'm
not
taking this.
normally like this. I don't know what's going on. Mm.
The feeling I have right now listening to this is exactly how I felt watching
Look,
Uncut Gems.
maybe you should just leave.
Can you throw the statuette at her?
Oh, God.
Damn.
I can't hear you!
Good.
Have you ever
Gonzalo,
danced with the devil in the
what you
All
said
right.
before about being insane.
Rejax
I think
is
we've
right. You
already
need to check
learned
that
something
out.
about Grace.
Oh, so we're talking about me, are we?
What? Grace, we don't have to
Like-
do this. Things are okay.
If that's not
All
supposed to be
this
what I
stuff,
think it is, I don't know
Having
what
all
it
this money makes
is.
us so happy. We're
Oh, this?
so happy, aren't we, Trip?
Jesus,
That.
what
That
do
is
you
a
want?
build.
Oh.
Now you're unhappy because we're too well off?
Yes. You both just get away from me.
I appreciate that this
Oh,
game is just
God.
going through its paces while you
Gonzalo,
just fuck
I'm going to
around.
cry. This is just.
And if I could do art, I would just draw Lolo just looking really
Why?
bored, just
No,
staring at that
don't.
dildo while they're
Give me a
arguing in the
second here.
background. I can't do art, but if I did, that's what I would do.
Gonzalo,
I'd like somebody to actually make that dildo so that it can be displayed.
So apparently this
let's
thing
talk
is
some more about
Jesus.
Grace. Gonzalo, look around this apartment.
I have
It's
my
got
doubts.
everything anyone would ever want. But Grace? Oh no, she's never satisfied.
This don't have anything people want. They don't have a
I'm so sick of
TV.
this.
Wait, Lola, look around. Is there a TV?
I don't think so. Unless it's in. There could be one in
Oh,
here.
I mean,
Can you open that?
we've got everything.
I don't know.
Trip, you just don't. Ugh.
Nope.
No, let's focus on us.
Yeah,
our
it doesn't have any
relationship. I
tables.
think Trip's
You can't live
There's
in a
no
place like
tables.
this.
There's no
He does everything he
TV.
can to
Where do
avoid
they
seeing them.
eat?
Afraid of my parents?
Probably in the
Wait,
kitchen.
where's the
Parents are
kitchen?
idiots.
Kitchen's back
No,
here.
it's true.
I'm glad they thought the
Oh, there's no
fully
kitchen
stocked
there.
bar was-
Gonzalo,
They don't have a
where are you going?
kitchen!
Don't hide in the kitchen. We need you out here.
It's not
No,
a kitchen!
Let's switch to talking about Trip. Gonzalo,
You can't just
you
throw
blame
cabinets
me
in a
for
room
all
and
of
call
this,
it a
don't
kitchen.
you?
I've been right all along. No?
Oh, thank God you
Neat.
disagree. That
Say
might help him
neat.
understand. Trip, you only say that because you so badly don't want me to be an artist. Let's talk some more about Trip. Trip, it's your fault. 10 years ago, freshly married and just out of college, you convinced me to go into advertising instead of art.
What?
If it weren't for you, I could be a real artist by now.
Gonzalo? Oh.
What?
So, question: what's worse, these two
Yes?
characters
This is
or Eric
insane!
from Zero Time
Oh,
Dilemma?
so your broken
Yes.
dreams are my goddamn fault. Jesus, should I just leave?
That is my answer,
You just want me to
Coolio.
leave?
Yes.
Huh? No? No.
Can you beat them with the
don't even
dildo and
talk
then
to me.
leave?
I don't think I can hit people with stuff as much as I'd want to.
Grace, when we first got together, you told me you dreamed of having your own fancy.
I
apartment.
have to
What are
say
you
that, and I'm not
talking about?
exaggerating, I've
High
had my
culture,
head
best
in
of
my hands
everything.
the
This
entire
is what
time.
you wanted.
Oh, God.
Because this is genuinely starting to, like,
Oh, I can
give
hug
me a
them?
headache.
Oh.
Oh,
Hug.
okay, kiss them
No.
both.
Gonzalo.
Heal
what I need is to
their
figure out what the hell's
relationship
going
with the
on here.
power of the hickey.
Look, let's talk about Grace.
Wait, does his
now.
head turn around
You know,
backwards?
Whenever we go to visit Grace's parents, she gets all stressed out.
Ugh.
Oh, there.
Jesus. Gonzalo, what's with that stuff?
Try kiss and makeup.
Okay, no, I want to focus on Grace. Grace, I don't think you really want us to quit our jobs. let us
Going
into your
around and
lifestyle.
staring down
Trippy,
people.
you know
This
what
dude
I...
is such a
Oh, come
broken
on.
record, you
You
know?
grew up with a silver spoon.
What's
in your
funny
mouth. You
is,
can't
as
live
I
any
mentioned
other
before,
way.
I watched a friend's marriage fall apart, and I invited them over one night, and out of nowhere,
Let's keep our focus
his
on
wife
Grace.
just looks at the both of us
Trip,
and says,
you're
you
the
know, when he
reason
comes
we
back
live,
from Paris, I'm,
like,
you know, divorcing him.
pretentious-
Like your parents.
Just
you
out
mean.
of nowhere.
Trip, I don't need
Right.
any of this stuff. It's
I was
all
like, why did you include me in this?
No, let's focus on us, our relationship. Trip, you just pretend to like all this stuff.
Can you
Fancy
jump out the window?
cigars and fine
I don't think I
wine.
can.
You think I'm not good enough.
I never
Oh.
said that. I'm saying there's more to you than all this.
Okay, I've had enough of this bullshit. Gonzalo, I know what you're hinting at. About me? About art? Do you really want the truth?
Gonzalo isn't saying anything.
Grace?
Yes.
See? Gonzalo, I've been paying attention to what you've been saying tonight. You've been really pushing
Which
me.
is nothing.
It makes me wonder if you're really my friend or not.
I mean,
Trip.
the burning
Gonzalo,
question
I
in
ask you
Gonzalo's
this.
mind is,
Yes
what the hell
or
is
no?
that thing?
Do you really think that, but especially what you said about
What?
being in sync with each other in a marriage? That it's all supposed to be
Keep
more
it
than
real,
I
man.
about
It's
myself?
derailed another
Is what you
question,
said
man.
tonight
Read
supposed
the
to add
wrong
out
line.
somehow to something? No. Gonzalo, just give me a yes or no. All right. Grace, I know you want to be an artist, but I could never be married to you if you were.
What?
Oh my god.
I can't. I just can't.
But Trip,
When I married you, see, I was sure I could convince you to
But
give
why
it up.
not?
To go into advertising.
oh,
And I did it. And it worked.
Ooh, what miserable prick is like
No.
your dreams is going to
I don't know,
advertising?
Grace. don't
I'm
know.
fucking... This
oh
is...
my God.
Gonzalo.
What do you even say at this point?
What?
What?
This changes everything.
Like I said, at
What?
this point, you pick up the dildo, you hit them both over
Yes,
the head with it, and you
does change
leave.
everything.
They're horrible people.
I think it's over.
Trip, what?
No,
Oh, thank God.
it's over, Grace. Can't you see that?
What? You
Thank
just
God.
told me.
I
Yes.
just told you something about me I should have said a long time ago. I can't be married to an artist.
Trip, no.
No, Grace, this is about me. I see now it's not about you or about our marriage.
Me? Our marriage? Hey, no, wait.
Gonzalo, I'm sorry. Thank you, though. You really helped me.
Trip. Trip! Oh my God. I should have told him that. I could have told him that.
Damn it.
Fade out to melons. Please don't view the generated stage plate because I will come over there and kill you.
I'm sorry, that was just perfect.
Oh, great. If I hit the thing, it gives me an error.
Good. Holy good. Sweet Jesus. That was insufferable. That was physically, psychically painful to sit through.
God.
I feel poor of a person, both mind, body, and spirit.
Was that meant to be as bad as it was?
No, it was probably meant to be honest. It's just that this is early on.
Okay, I'm gonna say the following words, and I will probably never ever say this again. This is nowhere near as good as Ambition.
I mean, probably not, but still. But yes.
I would rather play the Ambition games than ever play this.
I think we're good.
Yeah, I've seen
At least the. Sorry.
I've seen Raocow play this game a long time ago, like 9 years ago. And now I've seen this, and now I hope I never see it again because holy fuck.
I would sooner play Detroit than play this game.
At least the Ambition games were funny, you know?
Because I'm a terrorist.
So this is like a 666, right?
It has to be one of the weird categories.
It's either a 21 or one of the. Well, let me look at things I have.
I would not.
I would not call it 420.
So the thing about this that I would say is that it is an interesting, like stepstone into the indie development scene, quote unquote, of the early or like the mid 2000s, because I think we kind of like it's something that with like, you know, stuff like Steam hosting like this kind of stuff, you don't really get like a whole lot of like a view into this era of like independent development. Like a lot of it just having to go on your own website and all that. I think it's interesting in that. Other than that, it's bad.
It's an infuriating.
I would put a
experience.
thumbs down for charm, gameplay, and art.
So,
I'm gonna put. Wait, no, it's your first.
yeah, I almost think 420. I think is good for this because it's such like you have to go into it. Like you're not going like this is not something I would show as like, oh, look at this bet. Like this is like something you have to like be in the mindset for. It's like Sentient. It's like Deus Ex Machina. It's something that you can't. Qualitative doesn't really like. Yeah, it's.
I like the big thing with 69 and 666 is that there's something good about the game. There's not really anything good about this game, but it doesn't fit in the normal ranking.
I'm thinking 420 just because it's like it's there. It's like Tender Loving Care. It's like it's yeah.
I mean, I'm at a 21 or a 420, and my argument for it being 21 is that there's really nothing here worth seeing. It's not worth playing. It's not worth experiencing. But then at the same time, I guess you could make the argument that it's more of a cultural thing, kind of like seeing LSD. You hear about it in gaming, and it's kind of a cultural thing where you see it as part of a way of understanding at least development in terms of, as you said, the independent scene. So I guess based on that, I should probably agree with the 420.
Yeah. I'm thinking 420 for this.
But
Also,
if it wasn't a 420, it would be a 21.
Yeah. Who would I even credit this to?
Who's responsible for this?
Because it was too
horrible people.
God, I also did that. Who are the people that... There's 2 people listed. One thing I am surprised, though, is the fact that this game runs still.
Michael, Thaddeus, and Andrew Stern.
Well, if you go to interactivestory.net, you get Playbill Studios, which I'm going to capitalize like that because it needs to be known. Gameplay's bad. Go ahead.
Game.
What was that?
There's a wiki for this game.
Great. Like, I think... God, because I think it's like if you press on something like... Is it Trip? One of them is cheating on the other one, too. It's not great. I'm just gonna leave it at that. So, there. That's Facade.
I'm very sorry, all of you.
Yeah. So, Bob, you picked 11A, which is Let's Get Traditional. Just getting Toxic Love over with.
Just ripping the Band-Aid off.
What even is?
Motion right off.
Oh, okay, that one's okay. All right, so 11A, which, by the way, we have 3 things in there. So if people want to put stuff in there, feel free. Ultimate Yahtzee.
We need more. We need more box picks, everybody.
You know, I don't know if I've actually played Yahtzee.
I played it with my mom over Christmas, and I won a couple games.
It's a very simple game. So in order for me to get this one to operate, this is a Windows 95 game.
Oh boy.
Which means it's time to dip into everyone's favorite thing, which is virtual machines.
Hey.
Okay, where are you? There you are. Excuse me, Windows 98. Okay. And thank you again to Ultimo for getting this already set. Okay, do I need the thing for this? Where are you? I think it's Hasbro. Here we go. Oh, also because I saw... Oh, whoops. I saw a screenshot of this going around. Where are you, Westwood? Can I explore? How do I do this?
Hey, I forget, did that Gundam game ever get ranked?
We couldn't figure it out. So yeah, so that the Monopoly game that we played a while ago, I've seen a screenshot of this a while, but this is the uninstall. Like, here's the Monopoly, and here's the uninstall of really pissed off Uncle Pennybags.
Oh god, it looks like a meme.
So, There. That was that. But also... Nope, we're not playing Monopoly. We're playing this.
I think we did the Monopoly game in the last box of string.
Yes. So this is... I played a shit ton of this version of Yahtzee. Which, if you're not familiar with what Yahtzee is, it is a game in which you... It's essentially poker, but you're rolling 5 die instead of doing cards, and you're trying to, like, make sets and stuff. I'll do classic first. Also, you can play against people if you want. But it's just... I always just play it, like, solo because it's still fine like that. So.
Great how one of the characters is named Mr. Dumb.
So, I'll explain what these are as I come across them. So, in order to do this, I think, what are my options? Game settings. Okay. So, just click on the die, or no, you click on the cup. And you got a cup you can shake. And roll there. Okay, so I got two sixes, 5, a 4, and two 5s. So these right here are basically, you're gonna commit to, so anytime you take any of these they have to give you these here. So all 6s in your hand, 5s and all such of that. And I think the bonus, yeah, if you get 63 from this subtotal, you'll get a 35-point bonus. Let's see, 3 of a kind is if you get a 3 of a kind, you can mark the total here, 4 of a kind. Full house is if you get 3 of one number and 2 of another number. Small straight is if you get 4, like if you have like a 1, 2, 3, 4, you get small straight. Large straight is if all 5 are in a row. A Yahtzee is if you get all 5 of a single number. And then this one is just kind of a it's like it just takes the total of what you hand. It's basically like, hey, I don't have anything, I'm just gonna put it here. So I'm gonna go for a full house. Which I did not get. There we go. Full house. Boop.
And a good metric for figuring out if you're going to get the bonus is basically just 3 of each.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to go for the 5s. Technically, you don't have to roll, and you get 3 rolls. Technically, you don't need to use all 3 rolls, but it's good if you do.
Ooh.
Come on.
Oh.
Oh, that's good.
I like good rolls.
I'm just gonna keep that as a 3 of a kind. Let's go for the 1s. Nope. That. I have more than enough to cover that.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, hell, you could drop a 4 and still be in the running.
I'm gonna be spicy and go for it. Hopefully I get a 2.
I wonder if this had net play. Probably not anymore, but I wonder if it did.
Oh, almost definitely.
Oh, there it is.
I like how the cup and dice are actually 3D. That's a cute touch.
It is really nice. Let's go for the 6s again.
Question, Lilo. Did you ever play the Windows 75 Clue game?
I did not.
I used to play that at school a bunch. Might be worth putting on the board sometime.
Ooh.
I don't know if it'd be better than the SNES version, but I remember it being kind of neat in a presentation sort of way.
God damn. Well, there, I got the 35-point bonus, at least.
actually kind of impressive to get the bonus without even filling the entire upper half.
Damn it. Well, there's our WoW card. Because let's see, I need to get large. Yeah, I need to get the hard ones now. Okay, I'm gonna go for 4. Yep.
Hey.
Let's go for 4 of a kind. Nope. You know what, doesn't matter. Hey, there we go.
Alright.
That's you.
There sure is some music that's happening too.
Yeah. Nope. I have to bite it, but 294. There. So there, and you just take the total, and that's your score. So that's Yahtzee. But there are different variants in this version. Okay, here. So let's do pyramid, because the pyramid's the. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, control end. Which one's end? That one's end. Okay. Okay, where are you? Here you are. Ignore all this. Also, now that I have the CD in, see CD music.
I love how everything tried to sell you AOL back in the day.
Yep. Oh, also, no, I guess.
Can't you still use AOL, or am I wrong?
But you're not gonna get 5,000 hours for free anymore.
There we go. So yeah, Pyramid Yahtzee is basically it's Yahtzee, but it's with 40s or D4s instead of D6s.
Oh, so it's Yahtzee for nerds.
Well, it's Nazi for Nazis. It's Yahtzee for it's Yahtzee for people who want to cheat, because it's a lot easier to get Yahtzees with 4-sided die instead of 6-sided die. You know, I'm just gonna go for the ones because it's. The only problem with this version is that it's a lot harder to see what actually side it is. Oh, there's a. Wait, what? Oh, so the straights. Oh, that's how straights work in this one. So you have to get specific things. Oh, that's weird. So I need to roll a 2. Nope. You know what? Perfect. Damn. Okay. Let's go for a 1.
Did you know there's actually an unsold game show pilot for Yahtzee?
I think I remember hearing about that.
Apparently the production for it was an absolute disaster, which is a big part of why it didn't get sold.
Huh.
Yeah, there is a very low quality dump of it on YouTube.
Hmm.
It was great.
I would imagine it wouldn't be. All right.
It's also kind of interesting that the 12321 is worth less than the 23432, but it's just as likely that you get either one.
Yeah. I mean, might as well go for the ones, because I don't think I have that yet. Oh, I didn't get full house. There we go. Let's go for the threes. So if you get additional Yahtzees, yeah, you can use it for anything. So because this one's annoying.
Yeah, I guess the maximum value for that base, I believe. So you could even score a Yahtzee of 4s on the 1s column and get 5 points.
Yep. That'd be spicy. Oh wait, how much do I need? 35. So I need to get the threes. Hmm.
Also, your Yahtzee score is now 250.
Yep. Okay, so I just need to get 3 of a kind. Now there's getting something. There. 401. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I don't want to restart. I want to. Let's see. So I think triple is you just roll. Like, is this just you play 3 hands at the same time? Oh, it's just. Okay, so it's Yahtzee, but it takes 3 times as long.
I'm just curious what Battle Yahtzee's about.
That one, I think this one requires 2 players. Oh, is this the one they... So this one, I think you're rolling both at the same time. Or does he alternate? Okay, so I'm just gonna do that.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Steve Moraf, who did Moraf's World and all that, he also did something called the Zhang CD, which had like a whole variety of games, but it was part of his big transition into doing entirely just Mahjong Solitaire. But one of the games was basically a Yahtzee clone, and the interface looks very similar to this.
So yeah, the Battle Yahtzee is basically each player rolls basically one player rolls all 3 rolls and they kind of get their die together. The second player rolls twice, and then on the third one, the dice for the first player gets put into the thing so it can get knocked over, and then it alternates. This one I remember being weird. So yeah, each of the die are like now color. So now you gotta deal with colors as well. So, okay, so you have full house and then that four of a kind, four of color. All 5 colors are visible.
I am into that aesthetic, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, this is really weird looking. Okay. So yeah, this is Ultimate Yahtzee. It's a very good way to play Yahtzee. It's a little tricky to get like running now, but yeah. Let's check something real quick. Okay, so I think we're good on this. Oh, you get the credits. Oh, also I didn't, actually one thing I'm going to check real quick, just to double check. Oh, now that we have the CD, we get the full thing. Let's go into quick. Let's see. Are you going to... About Yahtzee. 1996. So there. Just wanted to double check what that was. Close out that. There we go. And shut down. Okay. Control end. Close all that. And there. Okay, so let's bring this up. Okay, so Ultimate Yahtzee. That was 1996. Hasbro Interactive. PC. That is a traditional game. And I guess maybe I don't even know what to call this. I guess maybe whimsical.
Sorta, yeah.
Let's see. Okay. So, like, it's a good way of playing Yahtzee. Like, it's fun. It's basic, but it's fun. Do I have any traditional in 7?
I mean, I can't really say anything bad about it.
Yeah.
It's Yahtzee, it's really functional. More than Clue was, at least.
Yeah. Let's go 7. 7's good for that.
Well, alright.
I like the charm of it. Very swanky. I can't really think of much else for it, though. I think it's just a good game. So, I guess there's that. So, with that, that is 11A down. So, before I call the next one, I'll be right back.
How's everybody doing today, chat? You having a good afternoon?
been kind of keeping an eye on what's in store for Archipelago Multi-World.
What's that?
Well, are you familiar with the concept of a multi-world in general?
Not entirely, or at all.
Okay, well, basically, multiple people are playing their own game, but they're finding items for other people within that multi-world instance. So it's all like everyone's playing a single-player game, and it's usually the same game, but also finding items for other people.
I see.
And Archipelago Multi-World goes one step further than that and offers a multi-game multi-world. So where most multi-worlds are usually going to be the same game, Archipelago currently supports like 12.
Alright. So. Next up. Goyo, you put in 7A.
I did.
Which is early episode Blues B.
Didn't think we were going to get to it quite this quick, but...
Which, by the way, we have, after this one, we have 2 more in the box. So if people want to put in stuff into their quest queue, go ahead and do so. So...
Before I put another one in.
Okay, so let's see. You said 7A. Trip World. This is a neat little game. This is a Sunsoft game for the Game Boy. Okay.
Oh, I think I remember what this is.
So. There we go. So, this is a little platformer. We are playing as Jacopo.
Yeah, okay, this game.
I don't think I've ever played this. I remember hearing a lot of good things about it.
This game's really good. Wait, how do I... There we go. So the nice thing about it is that it's a game that, if I remember correctly, enemies don't really contact damage you a lot, unless they're doing like a specific attack.
Apparently, the characters in Galaxy Fight.
Yes.
That one Sunset fighting game.
Yes, they are a bonus fight. Yep.
I almost say this game is cutesier than Kirby.
It almost kind of is. It's kind of... I kind of see it as a sort of semi-sequel, or like a spiritual successor to Mr. Gimmick.
Oh, yeah.
This is not nearly as hard as Gimmick was, but yeah. Also, this doesn't have any secret ending shenanigans. And yeah, the animation in this game is really good. There we go. I don't think this is related to Blaster Master. So, Jacopo does show up in Blaster Master 02 as the little side thing to who's the Melons lady? Kana. I'm tiny.
Very small.
I mean, when you see her, and you know who I'm talking about. Actually, I wonder if can I... Oh, wow. Oh, rewind is really fast for this simulator. Yep. Not Grace. It's Kana. Is the name of the character. Also remember this boss fight being a little annoying. Because I'm not 100% certain how you're supposed to dodge this. Unless you, like... Oh wait, this dies here. Nope. Nope, can't kick it. There we go. I'm curious about something. If I do this... Okay, with the ghosting, this actually does kind of look a little better. I'm trying to remember how this works. I feel like I'm missing something somehow. Oh, like that.
You know, this is reminding me I also need to play Mr. Gimmick.
Gimmick's really good. It's the problem that I have with it is that's way too hard for its own good.
Did that arcade remake ever come out?
I think it did. But it's...
There's a lot that I missed it.
Well, it's also an arcade game in the middle of COVID.
Yeah, I'd really like to know what their plan was there.
Well, that was announced way before even that all happened. It's not like that new game, that new Aleste game that M2 put out that's only arcade.
I mean, like, even before COVID, was like, would that be... Even before COVID, I don't see the business sense, you know?
Yeah, I don't either. Also, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. I'm supposed to kick it back?
That's kind of a jerk.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I think we've seen enough of this. The game's not terribly long, but, yeah. So. You have trip rolled at 8, which I kind of feel is pretty accurate. For the most part, it's really good. There's some really annoying things with it, though.
The music's really good, too.
Yep. Which is what we call it out.
Aye.
So I think that is a good spot for it. So I think we don't need to change those. So. As I get to try and get through my snack. So. X put in 3C so I can fill out the toxic love. So. Girls Garden. This is a game for a platform that I have not really done a whole lot of. Actually, I don't even think I've done anything in this. This is an SG-1000 game, which if you're not familiar with what an SG-1000 is, it is essentially the platform that Sega made that was before the Master System, which was the Mark III. In fact, the Master System itself is just a modified, or it's basically a SG-1000 with a increased video capability thing.
There's some neat looking stuff in the SG-1000. Do you watch the Jeremy Parrish videos?
Yes, I do.
Did you see that one shooter he did lately?
The Gull Cave, I think?
Yeah.
I did see it, I just haven't done it yet. So yeah, Girls Garden is interesting. This is actually very notable. A release, namely that it was the first game that one Yuji Naka ever worked on. This is a game that was a development of Sega, and yeah, let's go ahead and start. So, also the SG-1000, I believe it is like pretty much on point with the ColecoVision in terms of power. So, it's also very similar to the MSX1. So, let's start. Let's start? Question mark. Just in case I go into something that shows off what else I have planned. Why did... Oh, okay, that's why. Because it's using the same emulator that... Okay. It's because using the same emulator that Metal Gear was, and I did set that to emulate a keyboard, which I still have. So the goal of this game is you are a girl named Papri, and you are trying to woo a lad who is also trying to get with another girl, and you are trying to get flowers to deal with the other, to basically I don't know what to call it, but deal with the, whatchamacallit. Oops, no, that's not good. So yeah, you have to wait until the flowers bloom fully to pick them up in order for them to count for your flower count. And there are bears that are getting in your way. Oops. Yep, hold on. There we go.
Congratulations, you're married.
Also, welcome. Come on, please bloom. Okay, seriously, what is with this flower? Okay. Fine. Damn it. Also, if you pick up a dead flower, it, like, reduces your flower count by, like, 3. So if they're black like that, you really do not want to pick them up.
Be right back.
There we go.
This game has a very MSX vibe to it.
The ColecoVision and the MSX1 were practically the same hardware-wise. To the point where this is actually running on an MSX simulator.
Oh, yeah.
Oop, come on. There we go. Yep, and this is a Sega game.
It's kind of like that one minigame from Circus Charlie.
Yeah, kinda.
Getting continuously married. You have to get married to this man every 10 minutes or else he forgets.
Am I getting him grapes now?
Looks more like lilies.
Oh. Do-do-do. Music's very catchy. Okay, we're good. Oops. Damn it.
This seems fun, just really difficult.
Yeah, SG-1000 games are apparently very difficult, is from what I've gathered.
Especially getting the target mark and everything.
Yeah. Are we just getting him like, oh, what are these things called? The shit that, like, really spreads allergies, and I'm like, actually, these things kind of suck. I don't know why I can't think of the name of these things. Damn it. Like, what do the flowers say? Is it dandelion? Yeah.
Well, dandelions only pop up like that after they've been pollinated.
Whoops. also it's more. And also, if you're wondering why I put this in the toxic love, it was more the whole like fact that you're like in this weird like shit with this girl. He's like, this guy's like, oh, if you don't give me flowers, I'm gonna go to this other girl. Kinda just seems like a dick then.
Nah, I get it. Especially considering, you know, all the bears.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wonder if Bear has any opinions on this game. It's Pathmaster system.
I think, if I remember correctly, I think he said that he liked this game. It's a neat game.
But are the bears Soviet?
Probably not. They're probably Japanese. Wait, what is it? Halfway. There we go. Oh, okay, that's how that works. Okay, I think we've looped. Pretty sure we've looped. What's the game over like? There we go. So yeah, that is Girls Guardian came out from 1984. So that's that. All right. So.
I mean, I guess Echo Hotel, but just having to do it continuously.
Sega. As for the S, do I have? Oh, I even had SG-1000 in there. That's a. What do you even call it? It's almost like a maze game, but not quite. I'm gonna put maze just because I feel like gameplay-wise, it feels closer to a maze game than other things.
I think it's got charm. It's cute.
And it's very cute. Let's see.
Gameplay-wise for this generation, it's all right.
Because let's see, we have Pac-Man at 6, we have Paperboy at 6.
I don't know if it's quite as good as Pac-Man. It's pretty tough, is my main issue.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I'm thinking 7. I'm trying to find if I can see something that is in the same ballpark. Super Bomberman. That Grinch game for the game, the horny one.
That might work. I could see that.
Yeah. Let's go 7. Charm, I like it. It's a very charming game. I think that's pretty much it, though. It's pretty basic. So, there is that. So, with that, let's move on to our next game. And that is Toxic Love completely done. So, 14A. Let's see, Konami Arcade Oddities. So this one, actually, I think this one just got a core for the Mister. If it's the game that I'm thinking of. Also, that is A, right? Yep. Mikey.
Oh, nice.
This is also a game that has also got a port to the the SG-1000 that was apparently not good. We're not going to play that version. We're playing the arcade version. This game that, depending upon who you talk to, this game either got censored in Japan or changed over here. Because of the content of this game. Like, it seems quaint nowadays, but apparently there was a kind of a controversy regarding this game. I mean, there's another issue with this game that's not related to anything else, but we'll hear that as we get into this. So, this is the US version of this game. I believe in Japan, this game is roughly known as, like, Shinyushin Torukun. And you play a delinquent-esque character, kind of.
And it's set like an office building Japanese version?
Yes. So, from what I have heard, and anyway, this is also something that Jeremy Parrish brought up, because in the mid-80s, Japan was facing a sort of crisis regarding the Sukuban lifestyle, kind of delinquents, and also the fact that 60s, 70s era Japan was very, like, it's like, was very rebellious. And yes, we are attacking with our ass. They wanted it to not be a game where you are a school child who is, like, causing mischief, so they turned it into, I guess, being a delinquent in the office? I don't know their logic, but whatever.
By the way, there is also a, I believe, European version they also made less violent. Unless I dropped it up.
I have not seen that version. Okay. Okay, what is the... Oh, right, you gotta bump left and right. And yeah, if you get in your seat, then there. This game controls weird. Because I thought it was a button to knock them out, but it's you hit right. So, I don't know if they licensed a Hard Day Night. They just used it. Oh, also, you could just, Oh, whoops, I mistimed it. Just headbutt the shit out of your teacher. Except it's kind of weird at times sometimes.
But yeah, in the European version of the headbutting, you shout, so that's what they went for.
Oh, there you go. It hit the other button. Okay. Oop.
This is one of those games I wanted to like, but I just found it got too difficult too quickly for me.
Yeah.
It's pretty ruthless right from the start.
Yep.
As the viewers can see.
Oh, damn it. Ah! That's not pickup. Ow! Cut that out. Something about this game has, like, the energy of, like, a... like, 60s, rom-com. Like, one of those, like, weird, like, comedy... like, British comedy movies. Yeah, the headbutt, like, is very weird in terms of, like, its hitbox.
And now that you mentioned, I do kind of get, like, a Keystone Cops type of weapon.
Whoop.
here we have the La Bamba sound-alike.
Okay, can we headbutt this lady? Doesn't matter. Okay. And I want to say this is the final stage? Yes. Also, that face that he makes is certainly a thing.
Yep.
Anyhow.
What is this room supposed to be?
Well, it's supposed to be a locker room.
It's almost more like an arcade.
Yeah, I don't know what these containers are supposed to be.
I guess I could see them as like half lockers and like the top one's open.
Yeah, that could be it. But yeah, this is Mikey. It's interesting, although it is, yeah, a little bit too hard for its own good. But it's very goofy, and I like goofy.
I like how all of these adults are like, oh, I have a basketball now. I am obligated to bounce it for no reason.
Yeah.
Dropping all of my other responsibilities.
Yeah, the hitbox for the headbutt is kind of weird, but then again, it is kind of a... You can do it really quickly, so I guess if they made it less... Yeah, that's wacky. And there we go. So, that was Mikey. Okie doke. Okay, Mikey 465, 1984. Miami. Arcade. What even... This, I don't want to call that one a maze game. I feel like then I'm just kind of spreading that a little bit too thin.
I'm not sure what you'd call it, honestly.
It's just kind of quintessential arcade.
Yeah, let's just go with high concept. And I guess kinda it's going for a cool, or maybe whimsical. Yeah. This is kind of whimsical, I think, is probably more.
Kind of halfway between both. Honestly.
Yeah, let's go whimsical. God, in terms of like where it is, I feel like a little less than halfway. Like Boai-kun. Yeah, I'm thinking 12. Like, it's just slightly below average.
Fair.
And I can't really think of anything to call out. in particular. So, that's Mikey.
Yeah, pretty standard for a 1984 arcade game.
Yep. So, that's 14A. So now, got Echo Hotel, who did 15B, which is one of the 3 Bubble Bobble 3s. And that's B. That is B. Bubble Symphony. This is a more, this is the, I guess, arcade. This is the arcade rendition of Bubble Bobble 3. Although not the game that I think gets labeled Bubble Bobble 3. It is the 3rd game, kind of. I think it's technically Bubble Memories that actually calls itself the story of Bubble Bobble 3. But this one came after Rainbow Island, so that's what I'm doing. The hell are you? There you are. So yeah, Bubble Symphony came out in 1994. And it is pretty much similar to the first game.
Never played this one.
Yeah, I didn't even know this existed.
Yeah, there's actually 2 arcade sequels to this. This is Bubble Symphony, or Bubble Memories. Bubble Memories has a little bit more going for it, but this one ain't bad either. And yeah, so you could, oh shit. Hold on. I forgot to set something. Why is it setting as 2 players for 1? Oh, I'll tell your story. Yep. So yeah, I guess we're playing as the children of, I guess, Bob and Bob. There we go. Okay, why is it set to... Why the hell is it doing 2 players? No, disabled. There we go. Okay, so you actually have a ton, you can select what character you're playing as. I am going to play as Kororon.
Once again, them being dragons is sometimes presented as a bad thing.
Yeah. And yes, this is post Puzzle Bobble.
1 letter away from Kororon.
Yep. I don't know if this gets as complex as Bubble Bobble in terms of like the weird mechanics and shit that like Bubble Bobble got into. Oop. Wait, I'm surprised that actually killed me. I I thought that if you're in water, that it didn't hurt. Oh well.
You know, for some reason I could just never get into Bubble Bobble. Like, I don't know, like, the way you attack enemies doesn't really make sense to me. It doesn't feel consistent to actually, like, kill them or not when you try to pop them.
It's weird, but yeah, I can see why.
Also, I feel like you can't really enjoy it unless you, like, know all the secrets, because there's, like, a billion of those.
And I would say that I would say I would not agree with that, personally, but
Well, maybe
that's just
not
me.
enjoy, but maybe not get the most out of it.
That I could see. There's a lot of weird mechanics in this game.
Also, this is going to sound super petty, but this game makes me think of all the really cheap Korean bootlegs of this game, and I guess those kind of ruined this for me.
Yeah, I can see that, but
I mean, this is good. I'm not going to say it's not good. I'm just weird like that.
also,
I do like Rainbow Islands okay, though.
Rainbow Islands I find not as... I'm like the other way with Rainbow Islands. I find Rainbow Islands a lot less fun than Bubble Bobble. Namely because I feel like the platform in that game is really weird. Also, in order to get to the final 3 stages, you have to do some real bullshit.
I mean, to be fair, I didn't like that in every Bubble Bobble game, at least the first one.
Kind of, but... Oh, no, that's not gonna work.
The timeline of Bubble Bobble is kind of weird, I find.
Yes.
Because you have the regular Bubble Bobble games and the story of Bubble Bobble games. There's 2 Bubble Bobble 2s, too.
Yeah. And there's 3 Bubble Bobble 3s. Well, technically... It's a little... Also, the boss fights in Bubble Bobble games have never been good. Those doesn't seem to be that bad. It's better than fighting Super Drunk in the first game.
Actually, the fight is reminding me just kind of vaguely of the boss fights from Bop.
Oh, let's see. Do we want to go... Is Radish Land the... Is this... Okay, so do we want to go to... Okay, so it's Pocky and Rocky or... Is this Pulirula? Yeah, so this is a level based on Pulirula. Okay. I thought there was a Taito world. But yeah, if I remember correctly, there's a lot of references to other Taito games in this. Weirdly enough, that Taito would do that. It's not like there's been a precedent for that in every single game they make, pretty much.
I don't think I remember seeing them reference Flipple anywhere.
Flipple, I think Flipple actually does get referenced in this game.
How does it?
I know I've seen it referenced in a game that Taito's done, but I forgot which one. Also, man, I should look at Pulirula again. That game's weird.
Here comes the Baron.
Yep. There we go. Damn it. Oh, come on. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna kill with this pissant animal enemy. Okay.
The age-old technique of gaining blink amount of points from just standing against the wall and popping until the bubble transition happens.
I forgot, does the water go... It does not. God, this is rough. But I can credit feed, so it doesn't matter. God damn it.
What do you even decide which way the water goes?
I think it's the side you pop it. Oh. What was that? Oh. Come on. Oh, hey, it's Ptolemy. From Fairyland Story. Damn it, of course, the moment that I get all the way up there. Okay. They made bouncing on bubbles a lot easier in this one, too, which is nice. Wait, what? Oh, there's still one left. Son of a bitch. Get back here. There we go. Oh, I got a key.
200,000 points, nice.
So I want the key. Or I want the shoes. Here we go. And this was the final boss from Polyrilla.
You've not ranked Polyrilla, right?
Oh, I have. That was like one of the first games I did. Oh, it's
I don't
a,
think that one either. A lot of Taito games I haven't touched for some reason.
it's a remix of the boss music from Polyrilla 2. It's like a weird swing version. There we go. Even makes the face.
Episode 8, rank of 8.
I wonder if I have anything for like.
Okay, we gotta go to
Operation
Darius.
Wolf or something.
Death Room!
Oh, good.
Oh, it's God, it's... Yeah, I don't know why they... I guess it's based off Darius 2.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering what game this was in.
I always wanted the thing called tuna sashimi. There we go. That was quick.
This music sounds like it belongs in a Warner Brothers video game.
Yeah.
I gotta say, this hardware has some very clean sound quality. I'm impressed.
It does. I want to say this got ported to the Saturn. Like,
Sorry.
I think there's a home part of this.
If I remember right, I believe the sound hardware on this is an N-Sonic? Some model of that means anything to anyone?
Huh.
I don't know the details of that, but I remember playing Space Invaders 95, so I think it's the same hardware, and thinking that sounded really good.
Taga.
Space Invaders 95 is pretty neat, by the way.
Yeah, I remember that actually when I first ranked that we did not get high. Like, I want to say it was like actually very low. Oop.
Oh, I liked it. Oh well.
It ended up being much higher ranked, but it took a while. Also, to answer your question about which way it goes, I believe it is the opposite direction of the way you're facing. Of course. Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess that's a choice.
Well, if there was any doubt that this was based on Darius.
Okay, is it just going to be... Yes.
Well,
That's good. I like that a lot.
Wait. I was gonna say, I can't tell if this actually is a remix of something from... this too, or is it Gaiden? Okay, it is too. This is a rough part.
also, the HP bar has not been going down.
I think it's because it has multiple phases. There we go.
Make things even more complicated.
There we go. There we go. Alright, okay, here's a question. What is the next two? Central Park or Computer Land? Okay, this is not as interesting as when they were based on Taito stuff, so I think we're good on this one. So, Bubble Symphony. Bubble Symphony is a pretty good game. And it is very cute. In terms of like where I'd put it. Cause I know we have like, isn't Bubble? Yeah, Bubble Bobble's at 1. It's not getting 1. I was actually thinking 5 as a starting point.
Okay.
Is that like Dig Dug arrangements in there? Cosmo Getting the Video is in there. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Fire and Ice. Mappy Arrangement. Micromages.
Curiosity, where'd you put Mappy?
Mappy, I think, is at 4.
That surprised me, because I know a lot of streamers who just absolutely despise that game for some reason.
Actually, I think I put it at 3. I put it at 3, and that's because I have taste.
Hot take, but I'll go with it.
Let's see.
4 right now, and I'm like, this game seems like a 5 to me.
Yeah, I'm thinking 5. Charm's always good. It's a bubble game after all. Can't really think of much else though.
I feel like the song isn't as earwormy as
It's not bad though. And like the boss music's actually kind of neat. So there's that. Other than that, I think that's good. So, that was 15B, which, by the way, we have 2 things in the queue right now, so if you want to add some more stuff to the queue, go right ahead. So even if I am not saying that go ahead and put stuff in, I always do not mind putting stuff in the queue because, I mean, it's queue, I'll just get to it. And even if I don't get to it today, I'll get to it next go around. So, up next we got Justin Aw suggested 24B, which is Potpourri C.
it's a gold box. Oh wait, did you say C?
B. I said B.
Oh, B. Okay, yeah, it is a gold. What is that?
So, IS internal selection. This is a PlayStation. This is a game that only came out in Japan. It is a shmup by Square. That's not Iron Hunter.
I've been a couple of those.
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually take this. Also, it's a pain in the ass because a lot of the whatchamacallit, the stylization that that Square used, a lot of other like places where you can find this also use it, and it's not an eye, it's a fancy eye, so it makes looking for it rather difficult.
Oh, is it I as in like imaginary number?
Yes, I believe that's what they use. So, actually, what am I doing? That is not the one I should use. I should use DuckStation. So Positron helped develop this. I don't. So this isn't any worse than, say, if you remember N2O, that PlayStation game. Like this. So this is a tube shooter. Also, oh, it's not internal selection; it's internal section. There we go. So, let's go ahead. There we go. Okay, let me... Okay. I also have a feeling that if this was a game that was released like... Oh, actually... Let me check. What do you have me as? Or needs a DualShock. Okay. I'm just gonna start. I don't believe the weapon edit. I think this is just order of weapons as they show up. Yes. So you have a bunch of weapons that start with, and all of this game is just trying to find the right weapon for the job.
Somehow I've never heard of this game.
Probably because it's Japanese only, right. And also like, trying to think what else. I think this is like, didn't it say this came out in like 2000?
Let me double check that. January 99, apparently.
Okay. But God, this just feels like a Dreamcast game. Or it looks like a Dreamcast game.
Probably because it makes you think of Rez, I'm assuming.
Possibly, yeah.
Did Rez get ranked?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Those are in the ranking of Shmups era. We looked at Rez Infinite.
Probably due for a re-rank then, I guess.
Yeah,
check this out though, this looks real good.
It's a very neat game. Also, you got a lot of weapons in this game. But yeah, this feels like a better N2O. This is also very simple. It's like, you only need like 4 buttons.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I feel like this game is the very definition of tunnel vision.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a bit reminiscent of Tempest.
Yeah. Well, it's a tube shooter, so yeah.
It's something that I haven't seen a whole lot of personally. I'm sure it must have come up more than a few times in my shmups.
Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of tunnel shooters. You got the Tempests and Gyrus, but those are too panic.
There's N2O and there's a Nanotech Warrior on PS1. That's one.
I don't think I've heard of Nanotech Warrior.
It's only pretty okay, but it's got like a full techno soundtrack by Matt Furniss. That's your thing.
Oh, that's interesting then.
I'm guessing Eraser is your smart buttons.
Yes. And then once you hit the boss.
This is straight up that boss from Kirby 64.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, also you can move forward. Oop. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oop. Yeah, I feel like out of like this is a lot better if it didn't have restart checkpoint. This feels like a not restart checkpoint game. Hey, Shizzle. It is going alright. How can I see what's going on? I don't know. Like, honestly, it's like... I just know that I am at the bottom of the screen. I know that the tube is vaguely somewhere there. And I'm looking forward instead of at my ship. Yep.
I think a big factor that helps is the fact that your ship is always at the same place.
Yes.
That's one less thing to have to worry about. You know where it is at all times.
Okay, here we go. Okay, where's Snake? I have a feeling that Snake would be good for this one. Or not.
Is your arsenal based on the Chinese zodiac?
That's what it seems like, yeah. Hello, Shark Pickup.
Those deadly, deadly rainbows.
Okay. I think that is enough of Aya's Eternal Selection, or Section. Alright. Oh, also you can put in your own CD and listen to that.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I don't get a whole lot of games like that.
Yeah. Okay, so. Let's see, notes.
It basically requires the game to be small enough to fit entirely within memory.
Yeah, and it looks like that game you probably could. Shmup. I'm gonna call that a high concept game. Because I don't even know what kind of tone that is.
That's fair.
Like, I liked it better when I thought that it was Checkpoint, or when it wasn't Checkpoint. That being said, let's also have a 7. Bot Vice. Proteus 1. Space Mambo. So double spoiler and all that. Varth. What do I have at 8 though? Hyperzone. And yeah, I'm actually thinking 8 for that. Like, it's good, but it's not great.
Yeah, I can see putting it next to Hyperzone. Also, is it selection or section?
It's section. Which I should... There. Also, I didn't notice, but thank you for the follow, Minty. Almost it didn't go through yet. I don't know, that thing was very loud, so I probably didn't see that. Let's see. Anyway.
Very distinctive visual style.
Yeah. I'm gonna say yeah, thumbs up for the art. Also, I like the charm. I'll say I like the charm of it too. So, I think that's good for that. Okay, so that was 24B. So, okay, so next up, the cool is Kuyo. Put stuff. You put, is that 18A?
Yep.
18A. Which again, if you want to put your thing in the box, go right ahead. It is in the channel points redemptions. It should be one of the first things. So 18A. Modern retro A. Oh god, going. You know what? Just for sake of variety, I'm going to hold off on yours because I know what that is.
Okay.
And I don't want to do practically the same game twice. Also, I don't know if I can play. I need a breather. Let's see.
Now I don't know what it is.
And we're going to see it. We're probably going to close out with that.
All right.
Well, I should probably not close it out, but we're going to see. 19B is what you had, Bobinator. Which one is this? Oh, right. Yeah, those. Okay. So. Gradius Arrangement Chronicled Death.
Sounds exciting.
That is a lot of words for something that is not as... Like, this is really neat, but it's not like... With a name like that, you'd expect something else. It's actually not. It's actually a lot simpler than that. So, the NES version of Gradius, if you've ever played it, is a little bit of a toned-down version of the arcade game. Namely, you can only have 2 options. The laser has to act a little differently. There's just some stuff that's missing from that version of Gradius. However, someone in 2009, or 2019, decided to take another crack at making a version of Gradius for that's a little bit more arcade accurate. Oh, actually, excuse me. This was 2017, apparently, is when this was. Even though this actual credit lists 2008. So if you're familiar with the arcade version, or the NES version of Gradius, you will see that there are some things that are different about this one. There. Let's go ahead and start. Okay, well first off, they actually give you some options. Namely that you can change how many lives you have. I don't know what the difference is because I don't think there was any text in the original. You can also change it so that you can set it to rapid shot, which, you know, probably should. Also, they changed the music to sound a little bit more arcade accurate. But anyway. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Still got that weird glitch where the sound don't play for like half the, or like a lot of the intro.
I always thought that was on purpose.
I think it might be on purpose as well, but I know some hacks have fixed that. Oh, so the language I believe actually what that does is it changes between option and multiple. So now the laser actually acts like, you know, a traditional laser. Also, this thing got put back in. Which, oh, that hit, wait. As I said, that hitbox is a little different. But whatever. There we go. Alright. Also, you now fight the core in here.
Oh, interesting.
There we go. I believe they also took out the stage skip little Easter egg that was in the original. If you were to beat the game, or beat the boss within like 2 seconds, you would actually engage a stage skip.
I think there's like different criteria.
That could also be the case. And yeah, so all 4 option in this version. And it runs particularly well. Also, another thing they changed. This stage has its proper scrolling.
Oh.
So this version is pretty close to arcade accurate in terms of like gameplay. Obviously sound and like some things that like hardware can't quite emulate in terms of like the way it sounds. Except there is one slight thing that is different. So you might think of like, oh, they actually got the original, the way the shields worked originally. It doesn't seem to be the case. It actually just seems to be a force field, which I'm perfectly fine with.
How'd it work in the other version?
So it would only guard stuff in the front. In this version, it'll guard against any hit. Also, its hitbox is really tiny. I guess that would be way too complicated if it, to handle, like, the way it should be. Also, I think right there, that's just a glitch that they gotta deal with because of... That's not how that was supposed to work in the original. Or the original NES version. But also, since I got to work on the last stage, there's now scrolling on this stage, too.
Now, as much as I can appreciate them wanting to restore the arcade soundtrack, I think I still prefer the original NES one.
Damn it. Oh.
I would love to hear the story of why they decided to put so many Moai heads in previous games.
It's probably because they just thought it was cool.
My
Go ahead.
sorry. My best theory is they probably went on vacation there and they thought it was neat.
So one thing that I was thinking of, because apparently in an interview, the director behind Gradius, he mentioned that he wanted to basically try and make an arcade game that was as popular as Xevious. And since Xevious had the Nazca lines, they might have tried to do some other sort of, like, weird, or some sort of other, like, native, like, set piece. Also, I need to take a hit. There we go. Okay, getting a bit of slowdown here.
Yeah, that seems like it checks out like a hotel.
I can't remember if the umbrella things were in the original.
I don't remember them being. But also don't remember much about the later game at all.
I think there's 3 more stages left. Because I think the next area is the strawberries.
Looks like in the original NES Gradius, it's just upside down volcanoes.
Okay. I just found this stage to be kind of funny, because it's like the, hey, I guess we want one additional stage, but also we can't think of, like, a theme for it. Let's just have this one kind of enemy. There we go.
I definitely got the sense that they kind of ran out of ideas for that one.
There we go. Okay, it should be the final stage. Oh, also this has the background proper.
Nice.
Oops. I hate the little nooks. Okay, now question is when is... Okay, is it up here? Oh yeah, this thing that I keep on forgetting is there. Yep, this is a reinterpretation of Gradius for the arcade, but done for the NES.
Also with a very colorful name.
Yes. I think here is where... Because... Oh. Yes. Yep.
Time to stare the boss to death.
And there we go.
It doesn't even make you just sit there for like 10 seconds.
Yep. Also, you don't get any text. It just explodes. So, there we go. That is Gradius Arrangement Chronicle Death. Oop. The hell? Okay, let's see. Where do we put Gradius?
12.
Gradius is at 12?
So I guess just go a little higher, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, I feel like that way of playing Gradius is a lot better than playing the actual arcade game. So in that case... Let's do that. I'm gonna put that because I'm not actually certain when that came out. Yeah, the laser sound is always a kind of a bad sound. NES. And that's Space War. I'm kind of thinking maybe a 9 or 10. Like, let's look at 9.
Looks like the hack is by Mesatu.
Masatu?
Yeah, Messatu.
Or, okay, NESSA2?
Messatu.
MESSATU?
Yeah.
Okay.
There.
Which ones we got at 9? Blazion, Batsugun, Aleste, Gator. Yeah, I think 9's good for that.
And hack release date is January 2018.
Okay. Okay. I think that's pretty good. In terms of that, I can't really think of much else to specifically call out for it. So, I think that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was 19B. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is let me take a look at something. Okay, what are the remaining things? So let's see, we got 15C.
Last hour.
20A. Okay, so I'm going to go in the order of I'm going to do Echo Hotels, I'm going to do Axis, and then I'm going to do yours, Coolio. And those are that's going to be enough. So 15C. More Bubble Bobble goodness. Bubble Bobble Part 2. This is for the NES. This is actually one of the infamous, hey, this game's like stupidly expensive. Like even back then. Like this was like a $200 NES game back in like the late 2000s.
So Bubble Bobble Part 2 is the Bubble Bobble 3?
So it came out after Rainbow Islands, so I guess it would be.
Huh.
Like it's not it's not, I forgot what I was gonna say. Okay.
And it just kind of fits into what I was saying earlier, where Bubble Bobble timeline is just weird.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen this intro before. And yeah, this is Bubble Bobble Part 2. We got a really really detailed walk animation this one.
Playing this once, but I don't know much about it. It's as heavy on the secrets and all as the original.
I don't remember, because I barely played this at all. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I played this and I'm like, this just doesn't seem as... Like, this... Wait, what? What? Is that... Why is that their death animation? Oh, it's just that one enemy. Why that gotta be the animation?
Seems like kind of a tip of the hat to Dig Dug almost.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, the only thing that I ever saw of this game was an advertisement in an Archie comics book.
That sounds about right.
Too bad it wasn't like... So remember that one thing that was getting posted for Archie? He was like sitting with a bunch of video games that were like actual games. Like, he had Spanky's Quest for some reason. That should have been there with those. This should have been there. I don't think I know what I'm talking about.
Spanky's Quest? Isn't that a Joe and Mac game? Like, isn't that in that same franchise?
Maybe? I just thought it was funny, because you barely ever see, like, actual video games and a thing like that, you know?
Yeah.
I remember they did an entire, like, I think 2-part comic, like, sponsored comic on Spin Busy Worlds.
Okay. God damn it.
They're also hawking the ASCII pad along with that, and I've never even seen one.
The hell is the ASCII pad?
That's the third-party controller for this mess.
Okay. Oop, candy. Yeah, this just kind of seems like not as interesting Bubble Bobble.
Holy crap, I just looked it up and what the hell is this? It has auto fire switches on all 4 of the face buttons and L and R. It also has a switch for slow, and I don't know what that does.
So what slow did on a bunch of those controllers is it hits start a shit ton. Like, it's auto fire for start. So it paused the game repeatedly.
So it's like the slow down mode on the Power Glove.
Yeah, it never worked the way you wanted it to.
I posted a picture of the ASCII pad and images.
Yeah, and if I remember in Mega Man 2, you could like use it to like glitch out certain areas. Because you're when you pause and unpause in Mega Man, it would reset your momentum, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it did.
Okay, is this gonna be boss? Yes.
I honestly don't see what help that the ASCII pad would have to offer for Spin Dizzy Worlds.
I have no idea. There we go. You're gonna make me do that, and then you're gonna make me chase down one of those little shitheads. Oh, it's not even like a new area. Okay, I think I've seen enough of this. Alright.
Oh, there's also an ASCII pad for the N64.
Huh. Is there auto fire for every single button on that, too?
Not the C buttons, as far as I can tell, but this is a pretty small picture. Oh, here's another one. Yeah, not the C buttons, but everything else.
Huh. Alright. Give me one sec.
Was this SNES out by the time that Bubble Bobble Part 2
Oh,
came
yeah.
out?
This is 93, so...
Oh, there we go. That's why the reduced color palette budget game.
Yeah. Alright. So. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I gotta go here. Okay, Bubble Bobble Part 2. That is incredibly not as interesting as Bubble Symphony for sure.
It's just kind of unnecessary all over.
Well, definitely doesn't hold a candle to Bubble Bobble 1, because that's a 1.
Yeah. That's like a 10. Like, it's not bad, it's just like, what are you doing? You've done better. Rampage World Tour. Pepsi Man Otoki. Yeah, I'm thinking 10.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I would say you can feel the budget on this one.
Yeah. I don't even have anything to call. I think it's just a It's unnecessary. So, that was 15C. Now I'm going to do Axes real quick. Which, games that I haven't ranked at A. Games that I could have sworn I've ranked. Oh, what a surprise. It's God of Protectors, Amazon's running diet.
God damn it.
Really doing the good pulls today, X.
We're like half and half, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. This game is a shitpost, yes. But it's a neat shitpost. So this is a game that was... I could have sworn I've shown this off at some point. And if you want to see... like... a lot of effort put into graphics on the SNES. Or the NES. And I guess technically this is homebrew. There it is. So. Okay.
I feel like Axe is, like, purposely taking the fall for us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Axe.
Alright, so this is by Ancient. (2017) Sound composed by Yuzo Koshiro. So this is a game that is meant to advertise the game God of Protectors, which is a game for the 3DS that was a throwback to NES-style games. It is a Gauntlet-style game, and one of the characters is the Amazon. And... let's just start. Okay. So, we gotta get water. And we gotta dodge the cake. And we have a lot of moves at our disposal.
They sure worked on hard in the animation, didn't they?
Yeah.
I don't know if I should be watching this.
I was gonna say, oh, there. Is there? Oh, it's okay. That's what it is.
I mean, this is very good animation, but...
It's very good animation.
I sure do feel skeevy right about now, I'll tell you that.
Oops.
I'll say this. This is a good thing. This is not a dig or anything. That is an enormous sprite.
Yes!
I mean, something on there is enormous.
I really need to actually look at God of Protectors, because that game's actually, from when I played the Switch version, it's actually pretty neat.
It's a game by Yuzo Koshiro's company, right?
Yes, it is an ancient game.
Cool.
Which is basically a game that's made by a bunch of Yuzo Koshiro's family members.
Oh, nice.
Damn it.
So, does this just go until you
Yep.
run out of water?
Yep.
So pure arcade, got it.
Yeah, this wasn't meant to be like some super complex game. It was a game made to advertise God of Protectors. Which, by the way, God of Protectors doesn't play anything like this. I should hydrate after this.
You did say it plays like, Gauntlet.
Yes. Oops. Also,
All right then. So that happened.
Yep. There. See him recruit the capybara. And you get it for $13. And we lost 3 Kia cows. Let's do another one.
Can't even get in anymore.
I don't know if you can get... Yeah, I don't know if you can get this specific one. And yes, I do appreciate a game that has a character of a realistic figure. I don't think she's like this in the actual game, which is a shame.
I wish I could remember where I saw this game before. I feel like someone else has streamed it and I don't remember. If they did, it was a while.
You controls pretty well too. Like, there's a weird, like, there's a heft to it. Pun unintentional, but yeah. Damn it. Damn it.
I don't mean this is a bad thing necessarily, but this feels like the kind of thing you could probably do in like a 2600.
Yep.
Just without
the graphics.
Character. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like how we know what we're all thinking, but we're just all trying to avoid saying it.
Yeah. See, I'm trying to... Okay, I'm curious. How do you... Like... Oh, you have to... Okay, that's how you did roll for that. Wait, can you hold... Okay, you don't hold it down, you just double tap it.
This is an NES ROM, right?
This is an NES game, yes.
Oh, nice. I ever wonder if, like, the Amazon's all background tiles or something to get that sprite that big.
Possibly. Oh, damn it.
I feel like unless you have a special chip, you pretty much have to do it with a background layer and graphic swapping.
Nope. Okay, I can just walk over that.
Also seems like some decent balance. It seems like the
Nope.
water takes away about... the water gives about as much water as the cake takes.
Yep.
Classy.
Yep. Okay. There we go. Also, there are some pictures that you get on the side, depending upon how you actually do. Someone enjoyed themselves making the graphics for this game, is what I'll say.
You don't say.
So, anyway, that's Gotta Protector's Amazon run. I could have sworn that we've ranked that before. It was not intentional that that game came up during discussion. It just did. Also, close out RetroArch, because we're not going to need it.
it's the odds that it would come up, like, we would play another game, it would come up during discussion, and then we would also play that.
Like, what are the odds? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, it seems pretty slim that it would happen all on the same day, but it did. It's just poetic.
Yeah.
Beauty.
Okay. Platforming. I'm gonna say cute. It technically is kind of cute, depending upon how you look at it. I don't think that game can get anything other than a 666.
Fair.
That game is kind of cursed. Graphics. Okay, the thing is though, graphics really good, music really good. I'm gonna put a yikes there just because it is a smidge skeevy.
Yeah.
I would say potentially this is a 69. I feel like that's just a smidge much to be converting this at 69. Although,
Yeah, I think for 69, the game would have to be a little bit fundamentally better.
yeah,
It's not quite their opinion.
yeah. All right, so that was that. Okay, last game. So you wanted 18A.
Yes.
So, what's your opinion on Jeff Minter?
I don't know who that is.
I do.
You're about to find out.
A friend of mine met him at a furrycon once. True story.
Nice. Polybius. This is a game that is a reference to the infamous game, like the legendary game Polybius, which is like some government psyop meant to like train. I don't know. But this game certainly is a thing.
Didn't this come out at around the same time as the movie Ashes and the Polybius Heist?
Pretty close, but yeah. Okay. So, we've taken a look at a Jeff Minter game before, which was Attack of the Mutant Camels for the Amiga.
Oh boy.
Jeff Minter has a style for his games. Why is it super wide like that? Oops. Give me a sec.
Sounds about right, Echo Hotel.
Okay. Hold on. I think it's doing something weird. There we go. Okay. Okay, now. Okay, good. Okay, so the weird. Okay. Let me check something. Okay, so there's a slight problem. Oh, here we go. In that, because my monitor is ultra widescreen, it's displaying itself in ultra widescreen. And I don't think there's a thing I can do about that. So unfortunately, this is what you're gonna have to deal with. Okay, let's go back to the title screen. So yeah, this is Polybius. Let us start.
Do what comes naturally.
I will say that I've never really gotten Jeff Mercer's later stuff because it gets to a point you can barely see what you're doing, and I'm sure there's somebody who's into that. But that's just not what I'm into.
Yeah.
That psychedelic thing.
Let me tell you a fun thing about this game is you can play this in VR.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, that
You want to feel like you want to die and have it feel great? And play this game in VR. Also, I think I need to turn this up. Polybius was a creepypasta that turned into not a creepypasta.
I can see why you wanted to wait until the end to.
Yeah, after doing this after IS, yeah.
Oh, random cow.
That sounds about right for Jeff Minter stuff.
Apparently he owns an actual farm now, so I get it.
Yep. Him and his partner enjoy Tuesdays.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like you don't get the real good shit unless you're playing this in VR. Like, it's fine playing it like this, but... Oh, here we go. Actually, you know what?
Are you turning on the VR?
No, I don't think it's gonna work. That would be really bad because it does not give you a good experience. Like, this is not. It is. That would just not be good for you all. Hold on, I need to get a calculator up real quick.
If the cabin pressure changes suddenly, the compartment above your head will open, and an oxygen mask will be within your reach.
Oh, that's comforting.
Yep.
Extinguish all cigarettes.
There we go.
I'm kind of glad for his sake that Torpo is not here right now.
Yeah. So why I wouldn't show this off in VR is because what you'd see this is you'd be seeing what I'm seeing now, but it would be bobbing with my head. So it'd be very unpleasant.
Oh, because it's fine right now, right?
Yeah, because I'm playing normally. So it's the camera is static essentially. The problem in VR would be that the window that you would see, it would be following my head movements. So it would be bobbing. Oops.
Then secure the map with the chopper.
Very much a don't think, just do type of game.
Yes. Oop. Okay, so let's see if I can get to a more advanced level.
A version. Oh boy.
Yep.
We going.
You go fast, and it feels great. My only kind of oh, good. My only complaint with, or a complaint that I have is that for the little warp gate, or the things that make you speed up, you have to hit them pretty dead on center, or else you'll take damage. Like that. God, actually this feels, it actually feels like playing in VR is actually a better experience. Yeah, unfortunately, this game does scaling really weird because it really does not like it. It seems like if your standard monitor is a ultra widescreen, if you want to display it in 16 by 9.
Huh? How old is this game?
Not that old. It was released for PSVR, so I don't think it's that old. Although, I'm going to be honest, I do not know how much more of this I can play.
That's fair.
Because maybe this is not the best game to play at the end of a 6-hour stream.
Hey, that just means that once this is done, we can all go lie down.
Or in my case, let's go get food.
Mine too, actually. It's almost 7. Oh boy.
Yep. Now imagine doing that, but you're inside it.
Yeah, I'll pass. Like, I am definitely glad that I've had the experience of seeing this game, but it's definitely not something that I would want to spend money on and play.
This might be fun if it weren't for just the sheer, you know, overload of stimuli going on.
I feel like the overload of stimuli is kind of the fun thing about Jeff Minter games, though.
That's like 90% of this experience. If you don't have that, then what do you have?
Point, I guess.
At least to me, like,
The fasten seatbelt and
yeah.
smoking fine. Leave your belongings behind.
Yeah, it's a bunch of ZX Spectrums.
Ah.
If the cabin pressure changes, the compartment above your head will open, and an oxygen mask will be within your reach.
Is
Also
it-
great that it keeps repeating these
Extinguish all
airline safety recordings.
Yep.
a slight burning detected while operating.
God, if you want to know what my expression is just look at the face on Dave Bowman at the end of 2001: Space Odyssey. Like, my eyes are slightly watering at this point. Okay, I think I'm good on that game.
I think we're all good on that one.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, let me fix the game capture thing before I move on and forget about it, and then the next game I capture is going to be weird. Alright. Polybius.
Polybius.
God, when did that game come out?
Uh,
2018, it looks like. By Llamasoft. PC. You can also get it on PS4. That is shmup. That is a 1980s aesthetic. I think that is a 666. Or possibly that's a 420. Because I don't feel like that is a game you play to play. That is a game you experience.
Yeah, I can kind of see 420. It's just
I can't think of any reason not to say it's 420.
because the description for 420 basically includes what even is this.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna say I like the charm.
Photosensitivity.
Yeah, photosensitive. You want to let me put like three of those. All right. I think that's good for Polybius. And I think that's good for the stream. We got a good number of games. This has been certainly an experience of the stream.
Most games we've had on one stream.
Oh, no.
It's a lot.
Because it's, let's see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, actually, this might be because it's 19 games then. Because we didn't rank 2 of them because they were already there.
Right.
This might actually be. If not, it's tied. But it's a lot. Dude, to be need to be in a certain mood, I would say 420 is definitely that category. So, that's that for Polybius, and that's that for boxes. So,
For now.
For now. So, thank you all for watching.
Thanks for streaming, Lolo.
Yep. And let's talk about what we're doing tomorrow. So, personal tours at Lola Puzzlo. There is a Discord where you can go and chat with the community and take part in polls, and I will occasionally put on movies for that we need to watch for Media Delta. Go to discord.ldp.life in your browser, and it should poke you directly there. There's a Patreon. $2 and $5 tiers helps with hosting cost and various other things. There is also, if you want to watch these live, Fridays at 7:30, and like you're watching on a VOD, Fridays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Saturdays at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and Sundays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at twitch.tv/LodaPuzzlo. There is also the best place to watch VODs is at youtube.ldp.life, 8 a.m. Eastern, on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. This one will go up on Wednesday. There's 2 exclusive shows on the YouTube and the radio channel, which is Media Delta and Hazeltown Story. Those get uploaded Thursdays at 8 a.m. Eastern. And you can go to radio.ldp.life and it can tell you how to get in your browser. So tomorrow, we're taking a look at pirate-based games like Pirate Ship Higemaru, Captain Silver, I think Overboard, Shipwrecked, Mackay Island, and Skull and Crossbones. I think that's what I got there. But that'll be that. All right. Well.
Looks like Axe just started.
Yeah, that's what I was just checking. I'll send you all over to Axe, who is doing something. I need to go get food.
Catch you guys later.
Yep. Later.
Thanks for stream.
Yep.
Later.
Thanks everyone for watching, and hope you have a good rest of your day. Bye.